webinar reminders and webinar etiquette before we start our event. First, do not forget to answer the registration form provided in the chat box for your attendance and to be able to join the raffle draw. Second, kindly mute your microphones during the webinar to avoid any interruptions. Unmute yourself and speak only when necessary and/or given the chance to speak. Third, by joining this event, we would like to inform everyone that this webinar will be recorded and is being live-streamed through Philippine Cultural Education Program's Facebook page. Fourth, all of your inquiries will be answered during the question and answer portion of this webinar. For a more systematic method, please input your questions at the chat box. Lastly, do not forget to answer the evaluation form. The link will be available at the chat box section once our program is near to the end.
Good morning, everyone. For easy access to our registration form for today, here's a QR code for our registration form. But if you don't have a scanner on your phone, the link of the registration form will still be in our chat box. Please don't forget to fill them out. Again, for easy access to our registration form for today, here's a QR code for our registration form. But if you don't have a scanner on your phone, the link of the registration form will still be in our chat box. Please don't forget to fill them out.
While waiting for our guests, here's a story entitled Wonderful Pilipinas to Keep You Company.
Sa probinsya ng Nueva Ecija ay may isang batang nagngangalang Juan na namumuhay ng simple at mapayapa kasama ang kanyang pamilya. Isang araw habang nagpapahinga, napatingin siya sa ulap at may nakitang eroplano. Siya ay nagtaka dahil unang beses niya na makakita ng bagay na lumilipad. Dahil inosente at bata pa, siya ay agad na namangha at nagtanong sa kanyang ina na siya namang nagulat, ngunit masaya niyang ibinahagi kay Juan ang kanyang kaalaman. Ito ang naging simula ng kanyang kagustuhan na maglakbay at tuklasin ang iba pang mga lugar sa Pilipinas.
Ma? Ano po yung lumilipad sa kalangitan?
Eroplano ang tawag dyan, anak.
Ano po yung eroplano, Ma?
Yan ang sinasakyan natin para makapunta tayo sa iba't ibang lugar o bansa sa mundo.
Ang galing naman, Nay. Gusto ko rin makasakay dyan at pumunta sa ibang bansa balang araw.
Maganda yan, anak. Kaya dapat mag-aral ka ng mabuti para makamit mo ang pangarap mong makapaglibot.
At dito na nagsimula ang lahat. Isang araw, si Juan ay bumabiyahe kasama ang kanyang mga magulang sa Baguio City. Siya ay natuwa sa kanyang pamamasyal sa Camp John Hay at sa mga kwentong pangkasaysayan nito. Ang karanasan na ito ay nag-udyok sa kanya upang mag-aral ng turismo at nagkaroon siya ng ideya kung paano niya mapapalaganap ang ganda hindi lamang ng Baguio City, kundi ng buong Pilipinas para mapansin ng buong mundo. Naglibot siya sa buong Pilipinas, inaral ang mga kultura, kasaysayan at ang mga puok pasyalan ng turista. Subalit napansin niya na may mga lugar na hindi masyadong inaalagaan, kaya't nag-isip siya ng mga paraan kung paano panatilihin ang kanilang ganda para sa hinaharap ng mga turista. Ito'y naging inspirasyon ni Juan upang mag-aral at maging eksperto sa larawan ng turismo. Kakayanin kaya ito ni Juan? Manatiling nakatutok upang matuklasan sa Juan's Wonderful Pilipinas.
Kumusta kayo, mga kababayan? Ako nga pala si Juan. Ihanda nyo na ang inyong mga sarili sa ating paglalakbay. Tuklasin natin ang mga iba't ibang tourist destinations ng ating bansa. Kasabay na rin ito na kung sakaling may maengkwentro tayong problema sa ating mga pupuntahan, ito'y gagawan din ng paraan para sa kabutihan ng lahat. Tara na't libutin ang ganda ng sariling atin. Wow! Nakakilabot naman dito. Mga kaibigan, alam nyo ba kung nasan tayo ngayon? Nandito tayo ngayon sa Tabon Cave ng Quezon, Palawan. Ito ay isa sa mga pinakamakasaysayang lugar sa Pilipinas. Dito natagpuan ang skull cap ng Tabon man na pinaniniwalaang humigit kumulang 22,000 to 24,000 taong gulang na. Dito rin natagpuan ang mahigit na 1,500 burial jars o ang garapon ng mga libing. Isa sa particular na jar na tinatawag na manunggol jar ay itinuturing na kayamanan ng pambansang kultura. Ang susunod naman na lugar na ating pupuntahan ay ang Corregidor Island. May ideya ba kayo kung ano naganap sa lugar na ito? Ang Corregidor Island ay matatagpuan sa Cavite City at isa ito sa tinaguriang National Shrine upang gunitain ang labanan na nangyari sa pagitan ng US at Pilipino laban sa mga Hapon noong panahon ng World War II. Ngayon ay isa na itong tourist attraction na naging Fort Ruins ng Cavite at tinadayo din katulad ng Mount Samat at marami pang iba. Pero, naku, ano itong mga nakikita ko? Ang dami mga basura sa paligid. Wala tayong makita ni isang basurahan dito. Dapat lagyan nila ng basurahan ang bawat sulok ng Corregidor Island at ipaalala sa mga tao na dapat respetuhin ito at huwag basta-basta magtapon sa paligid. Ating puntahan ang kanilang LGU mamaya at imungkahi ang solusyon na ito. At para naman sa ating huling destinasyon, halina't dumako sa Calle Crisologo. Ang Calle Crisologo ay matatagpuan sa Vigan City, Ilocos Sur. Ito ay binansagan din ng Calle Escote de Vigan sa pagkilala ng bayan ni Juan Salcedo noong taong 1572. Ang kalyeng ito ay nagsisilbing sentro ng komersyo sa buong Northern Luzon at nagawa na ito bago pa naganap ang galleon trade. Kilala ito sa magaganda at mahuhusay na cobbled street, lumang infrastruktura, kalesa at syempre ang all-time favorite na vegan empanada. Grabe! Nakakapagod pala ang maglibot. Ang ating paraan para masolusyonan ang mga basura sa Corregidor Island ay naging matagumpay. Nagpapasalamat sa atin ang mga LGU sa ating naisip na ideya. Natuwa ba kayo sa biyahe natin? Huwag kayong mag-alala. Hindi pa dyan nagtatapos ang ating kwento. Samahan niyo akong muli sa ating susunod na paglalakbay. Hanggang sa uulitin mga kaibigan. Kumusta kayo mga kababayan? Muli na naman tayo nagkasama-sama. Handa nyo na muli ang inyong mga sarili at tayo na't maglakbay. Tara na't libutin ang ganda ng sariling atin. Para sa ating unang destinasyon, tayo'y maglakbay pabalik sa nakaraan. Bisitahin natin ang isa sa 7 distrito ng Iloilo at alamin ang kasaysayan nito. Maligayang pagdating sa Haro! Matatagpuan sa rehiyon ng Western Visayas sa isla ng Panay. Dito sa Haro, matatagpuan natin ang Haro Cathedral o dating kilala bilang Haro Metropolitan Cathedral at the National Shrine of Nuestra Señora de la Candelaria na makasaysayan at nag-iisang katedral sa Iloilo na itinayo noong 1864. Narito tayo ngayon sa Leyte kung saan matatagpuan ang Leyte Landing Memorial Park o mas kilala sa pangalang MacArthur Park. Ito ay makikita sa baybayin ng Barangay Candahug na itayo ang Memorial Park bilang karangalan kay General Douglas MacArthur at kanyang mga kasamahan na sina President Sergio Osmeña, General Carlos Romulo at 4 pa na mga Pilipino. Maayong buntag kaninyo na tanan, ang nakikita ninyo sa inyong harapan ay ang makasaysayang Magellan's Cross na makikita dito lamang sa Cebu. Alam nyo ba, ang gawa sa kahoy ng krus na ito ay itinayo ng manlalayag na si Ferdinand Magellan. Ang krus na ito ay pananda sa unang pagdating ng Kristyanismo sa bansa. Alam nyo ba, sa ilalim ng krus ay may pananda na nagsasaad na ang orihinal na krus ay nakapaloob sa kahoy ng tindalo upang maprotektahan ito sa mga taong nais kuhanin ang mga bahagi nito bilang souvenir at minsan ay dahil sa paniniwala na milagroso ito. Tara, pasok tayo sa loob. Hala, bakit ganun? Siksikan ng mga tao. Hindi tuloy ma-enjoy ng mga turista ng maayos dito. Ito ang kahalagaan ng carrying capacity. Dapat maaaring limitahan ang pagpasok ng mga turista sa loob. Irekomenda natin ito sa LGU ng Cebu. Grabe! Nakakapagod talaga maglibot, no? Pero enjoy talaga kasi kasama mo kayo bumiyahe eh. Lalong-lalo na pumayag ang LGU ng Cebu sa ating ideya kung paano masusolusyonan ang pag-uorganisa sa mga taong dumadayo sa Magellan's Cross. Huwag muna kayong mag-impake ng bag nyo dahil patungo pa lang tayo sa huli nating destinasyon. Panibagong araw, panibagong kaalaman. Hanggang sa uulitin!
Everyone is requested to please settle down as the program will start in a few minutes after our story Wonderful Pilipinas. Thank you. Pinapaalalahanan po namin ang lahat na magsisimula na po ang ating programa sa loob ng ilang minuto pagkatapos ng ating kwento na pinamagatang Wonderful Pilipinas. Maraming salamat po.
Hello mga kababayan! Muli na naman tayo nagkasama-sama. Ihanda nyo na muli ang inyong mga sarili at tayo na't maglakbay. Tara na't libutin ang ganda ng sariling atin. Simulan natin ang ating paglalakbay sa Daco, Mindanao, Dapitan City, Zamboanga del Norte. Maligayang pagdating sa Rizal Park and Shrine. Alam nyo ba na ito ay naipundar ni Jose Rizal noong nanalo siya sa loterya? Dahil sa kagustuhan ni Rizal na magsanay ng medisina at tulungan ng mahihirap, nilaan niya ang isang kubo para sa kanyang mga pasyente na nagmula sa malalayong lugar. Ito naman ay tinatawag na Casitas de Salud. Ang buong lupain ay napunta sa pamahalaan ng Espanyol noong namatay si Jose Rizal. Ito ay agad na nalipat sa pangalan ni Don Cosme Borromeo. Taong 1913, ito ay ginawang parke at binuksan para sa publiko. Para sa ikalawang destinasyon, napupuko sa inyong mapangahas na mata mula sa lupain ng mga matatapang at malalakas na mamamayan. Narito tayo ngayon sa Caraga, isa sa mga pinakamatandang bayan sa probinsya ng Davao Oriental. Alam nyo bang dito natin masisilayan ang pinakamatandang simbahan sa buong Mindanao? Ang San Salvador del Mundo Church o mas kilala bilang Caraga Church na naitayo noong taong 1861. Isang simbahan na gawa sa korales, bato at kahoy ang ipinatayo ni Padre Pablo Pastels noong taong 1877 upang magsilbing istasyon ng mga misyonaryo mula sa Espanya na mayroong bisyong palaganapin ang Kristyanismo sa silangang bahagi ng Mindanao. Ito ay naging parokya sa patronato ni San Salvador del Mundo at sa taong 2012, makalipas ang 128 taon, ito ang kauna-unahang simbahan sa timog na bahagi ng Mindanao na naitala bilang isang National Heritage Site ng National Historical Commission of the Philippines. Grabe! Nakakapagod palang maglibot, no? Natuwa ba kayo? Maging tayo man ay tumungo sa kung saang pangpuok ang mayroon ng ating bansa, marami pa rin kabigha-bighaning mga lugar ang hindi pa nasisilayan ng inyong mga mata na kayang busugin maging ang inyong mga isipan. Bilang isang paslit na nooy nangarap, naway maging inspirasyon ako hindi lang upang tuparin ang inyong mga mithiin, bagkus upang ipagpatuloy ito para sa pag-usbong ng turismo. Ngunit sa ngayon, hayaan nyo muna akong maging paanin nyo sa ating mga paglalakbay tungo sa mga yaman na kayang ihandog ng bayan. Hanggang sa uulitin mga kaibigan, paalam!
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. To begin today's event, may we call on Mr. Philipson Vargas to lead us with the opening prayer. We also invite you to participate in the singing of the Philippine National Anthem.
Let us all bow our heads and feel the holy presence of the Lord. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Almighty Father, we thank you for gathering us all today to this 3-day webinar series. May you bestow your guidance and blessing on this gathering so that we may be able to appreciate its significance in our lives. Bless everyone present here today, all the tourism and cultural officers of the country, the members of each local government unit, and all the participants. We also pray for the event organizers, the facilitators, and the collaborators of this event, that we may be able to share what we have for your honor and glory. We also pray for the success of this event, that we may be able to realize our full potential to make a difference not only for the tourism industry, but for the whole country. We ask you, O Lord, to keep each of us strong, healthy, and united throughout these trying times. All this we ask through your most holy name. Amen. Saint Thomas Aquinas, pray for us. Saint Hyacinth, pray for us. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Mabuhay! Once again, good morning, magandang umaga, maayong aga, maayong buntag, naimbag abigat, marahay na aldaw to all our participants watching from Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao, live via Zoom meetings and on Philippine Cultural Education Program and USCGS PET's Facebook Live. Also, we would like to acknowledge the presence of our tourism officers, practitioners, and enthusiasts, and our onliners. I am Nika Tagustos.
And I am Carlos Durlan, and we will be your hosts for today. Together with us is the Director of the University of Santo Tomas, Graduate School Center for Conservation of Cultural Property and the Environment in the Tropics. He is also an Associate Professor of the UST Graduate School for Cultural Heritage Studies and National Coordinator of the Catholic Bishops' Conference, Episcopal Commission for the Cultural Heritage of the Church. He serves as a Philippine Resource Person of ICOMOS World Heritage Advisory and UNESCO Bangkok Project on Asian Cultural Heritage Competency Framework. He has conducted cultural heritage mapping projects all over the country and continues to facilitate value-based interdisciplinary Philippine approach and application in heritage conservation. Please welcome our facilitator, Associate Professor Eric B. Zerudo.
Good morning po sa lahat. Good morning to all, ladies and gentlemen. Mabuhay. We would like to welcome you to CulTour, Culture-Based Governance in Tourism. This webinar was conceptualized for our government agencies and non-government organizations to share their policies and programs with regards to cultural tourism. At the same time, we also would like to give a chance to our dynamic tourism officers all over the country to highlight their achievements and struggles in advancing, and utilizing cultural heritage, our historical resources to promote a holistic community development. So we are very happy to join you in this 3-day journey. Let this serve as a discussion forum for everybody to share and maybe learn something that we could take away in our local municipalities, cities, and provinces. Maraming salamat po and welcome to our CulTour, culture-based governance in tourism.
Thank you for that, Associate Professor Eric Bizerudo. We will be seeing you once again later on. Now, allow us to formally welcome you all to our 3-day webinar event entitled CulTour, Culture-Based Governance in Tourism.
Today's event is brought to us by National Commission for Culture and the Arts and Philippine Cultural Education Program in collaboration with Baraswain Kalinangan Foundation Incorporated, Association of Tourism Officers of the Philippines, University of Santo Tomas Graduate School, Center for Conservation of Cultural Property and Environment in the Tropics, and College of Tourism and Hospitality Management.
Now, without further ado, may we invite the Director of NCCA Philippine Culture Education Program, Dr. Joseph Sonny Cristobal, to give his opening remarks.
Magandang buhay Pilipinas. Sa aking mga kasamahang tourism officers, cultural workers, mga leader ng LGU mula sa ating mga local executives, governors, board members, mayors, mga konsehal at mga barangay officials. Magandang araw po sa inyong lahat at welcome to our CulTour, Culture-Based Governance in Tourism Conference. In behalf of the National Commission for Culture and the Arts, Philippine Cultural Education Program, we would like to congratulate and thanks the Baraswain Kalinangan Foundation Incorporated, the USTCC PET headed by Dr. Eric Cerudo, and of course the UST College of Tourism and Hospitality Management students and officers for their organizing this conference. Sa pagnanais ng NCCA PSET na palaganapin ang malalim na pag-unawa sa mga araling nakasandig sa kultura, tinataguyod ng NCCA PSET ang regular nitong programang LGU Executive Capacity Building on Culture-Based Governance. Dito, nais naming isagawa ang edukasyong kultural sa mga mismong mga taong namamahala at nangangasiwa sa kultura na kadalasan at sa sitwasyon natin ngayon sa mga lokal na pamahalaan ay napapasailalim sa mga tourism officers. Hindi naman makakaila na ang turismo ang pangunahing kabuhayan o ibinebenta ngayon ng Pilipinas. Gayon din naman ang dahilan o ang interes ng mga turista ay maranasan at matikman ang kulturang Pilipino. Noon pa man, pinaniniwalaan ng marami na ang kultura ay ang kaluluwa ng isang bayan. Sa paniniwalang ganito, hindi natin maaaring ibenta ang ating kaluluwa. Kailangan nating pangalagaan, mahalin at itanghal ito. Sa diwang ito, natin ngayon ang konsepto ng culture-based governance. Paano ba dapat pamahalaan ang ating kaluluwa o ang ating kultura kung tayo ay mga tinuturing na managers ng turismo sa ating komunidad? Iiwan ko sa inyo ang katanungang iyan. Pilitin nating masumpungan ang kasagutan sa loob ng 3 araw na pagsasama-sama natin sa gawaing ito na CulTour, Culture-Based Governance. Muli, magandang araw at maging makabuluhan nawa sa ating lahat ang online conference na ito. Mabuhay po kayo. Maraming salamat.
Thank you so much for your heartwarming and eye-opening message, Dr. Joseph Sonny Cristobal. What a perfect way to kickstart our event.
You are right, Mika. I hope everyone is ready because we have a lot in store for all of our guests.
I am so excited because I am sure that we will learn a lot about travel, culture, heritage, and tourism in this webinar.
Speaking of travel, what place would you like to visit after this pandemic, Mika?
Well, I actually have a lot in mind, and most of them are destinations here in the Philippines. Why did you ask, Carlos?
That's because our friend named Juan earlier reminded me of myself on why I chose tourism as my course. Because at a young age, I also dreamt of traveling and promoting our country at the same time.
Indeed, Once Wonderful Filipinas truly was an amazing episode. You know, earlier while watching, I felt like I wanted to join Juan as he travels all around the Philippines.
Me too, Mika. Well, don't worry because I know this pandemic will end soon in no time, and we can all go back to traveling. We can all agree that Philippines is really wonderful.
Moving on, I am sure our guests are very excited to learn a lot from today's event. At this juncture, may I call on Associate Professor Eric D. Zerudo to introduce us to our first speaker.
Once again, allow me to and proudly introduce to you our first speaker. Of course, we have to source directly from the lead agency in charge of our Philippine tourism. Our first speaker is the officer in charge, chief of the Product Planning and Development Division of OPMD, that's the Department of Tourism, and she earned her Bachelor of Arts in Comparative Literature from the University of the Philippines in the Visayas in 1994. Right after college, she joined the Philippine Department of Tourism as a tourism operations officer. No, and at that early, she was already very active in many programs of the DOT. Now, currently, she is the OIC Chief of Product Planning Development of the OPMD. This is the office that handles the development of four niche. I'm sure all of you are familiar with these terminologies. For niche tourism products, particularly cruise, medical, travel and wellness, culture, pilgrimage, and food and gastronomy tourism. So without much ado, let's give a big virtual round of applause to Ms. Gina Marie Liberty Esmania from our Department of Tourism. Welcome po, Ms. Gina.
Good morning, Doc Eric.
Good morning.
And to all our participants this morning and to all our esteemed speakers this morning, an energetic morning to everyone. And first, I would like to thank the National Commission for Culture and the Arts for inviting the DOT to be part of this CulTour event. My presentation this morning is about tourism enhancement through culture, culture and the arts. Let me share my screen first. Okay. Okay. So I will share with you this morning the different plans and programs of the DOT that are aimed at developing culture-based products, enhance existing ones, and promote these programs to the different target markets, especially for the domestic market, domestic travelers, as a way to slowly and safely restart the country's tourism industry. Cultural tourism is a type of activity in which the visitor's essential purpose for traveling is to discover, experience, and consume the tangible and intangible cultural attractions, products in a tourism destination. These attractions relate to a set of distinctive material, intellectual, spiritual, and emotional features of a society that encompasses arts and architecture, historical and cultural heritage, culinary heritage, literature, music, creative industries, and the living cultures with their lifestyles, value systems, beliefs, and traditions. The Philippines, as a tourist destination, boasts not only of its rich natural beauty in its many spectacular beaches, sunny weather, and rich biodiversity. More than that, the Philippines' unique and complex culture, as exemplified by its people, cuisine, and lifestyle, attracts many tourists to visit the country. If the country has more than 7,000 beautiful islands to discover and explore, there are doubly more stories to tell and delightfully experience about our country's rich cultural heritage and tradition manifested through different forms. Culture and the arts have always been a major part of our country's tourism product offerings for our tourists. In fact, every tour itineraries being offered to tourists always include activities that showcase the Filipino culture and traditions. Some tourist destinations have capitalized on fully developing their cultural assets, such as historical landmarks, structures, works of art, artifacts, collectibles, natural formations, historical treasures, or similar items, while others who already have existing ones do enhance them. Um, enhance their existing traditional or cultural traditions such as food, music, dances, and many more that reflects even in this day and age the Filipinos' history, culture, and way of life. The Department of Tourism, as provided in the National Tourism Development Plan, has identified cultural tourism as among its priority product in its product portfolio that is expected to enhance the country's competitiveness as a tourist destination and become a significant driver of economic development and inclusive growth. True to its mandate, the DOT, through the Office of Product and Market Development, implements programs geared towards the development of new culture-related programs while enhancing existing ones. Among these programs are focused on food and gastronomy and pilgrimage tourism. According to UNWTO, food and gastronomy tourism relates to a visitor's experience linked to food and related products while on travel. It is an emerging phenomenon that is being developed as a new tourism product. And in fact, it is significant to note that over a third of tourist spending is devoted to food. In the Philippines, food and culinary delights never fail short of variety and taste. Eating is a national pastime for Filipinos, and we Filipinos are even known to take around 5 to 6 meals a day. So you can imagine that we take our food very seriously, and Philippine cuisine has a unique flavor profiles that provide interesting combinations of salty and sweet, sour and bold, all in one mouth-watering bite. Our food offerings reflect various cultural influences, a display of the country's colorful history made more pronounced through our food. Based on the data from the Philippines satellite account, the F&B expenditure in the Philippines shows that 22.4% of inbound tourists spend on food and 8% of our domestic tourists spend on F&B. So the DOT, to further develop the country's food and gastronomy offerings for tourism, has implemented several marketing and promotional programs. Like, for example, we have the Culinaria Program, the Madrid Fusion Manila in 2017, and the Food Tourism Ambassadors Program. During the pandemic, of course, this has been affected by the COVID-19 pandemic, but to continue promoting the Philippines as a food and gastronomy destination, the DOT continued its efforts to promote Philippine cuisine through some of our initiatives. Like, for example, we include promoting our local chefs by joining the quarantine cooking culinary trend. So this is becoming a trend right now, where our chefs share home cooking demonstrations, recipes, and other food experiences about Philippine cuisine to promote the Philippines as a food and gastronomy destination, even while being cooked up in our homes. We also posted about 25 videos showcasing various Philippine regional dishes in the DOT's online platforms as part of Food Fest Fridays. Also, Chef Margarita Forres, our UNWTO's ambassador for gastronomy tourism, showcases our very own kinilaw as part of the UNWTO's campaign, where chefs from around the world demonstrates local dishes. There is also a collection of blogs from Phil-Am chefs and food enthusiasts to share the inspiration stories behind their dishes. The blogs encourage viewers to share their own Philippine-inspired dishes to be featured in the social media campaigns. There is also also because of the pandemic, there is a shift in the trade fair advocating farm tourism online, featuring local, organic, artisanal, and indigenous food products from different regions in partnership with Store Specialists Incorporated, or SSI, Grab, and Cloud Panda. So you can actually order different agriculture products or food products online via these three apps. So apart from this, we also did in 2020 the Kaina Food and Travel Festival, which ran from September to December of 2020. We are also currently helping the different destinations in evaluating their food-related offerings and developing potential areas for food tourism and culinary tourism circuits. So this is in coordination with our, or this is through our DOT regional offices in coordination with the different LGUs. So we have, for example, the chef's tour and foraging of CAR. We have the slow food culinary journey circuit also of CAR. We have the farm and culinary eco, cultural, and historical tourism circuit of Region 3, the culinary circuit of Bohol, culinary circuit Zamboanga City and Isabela de Basilan of Region 9, and the Kaunta regional culinary regional circuit of Region 9 also. Apart from this, we also implement the food tourism resource inventory and mapping in coordination with the different DOT regional offices, and the Philippine Food Culinary Tourism Roadmap and Strategic Plan, and of course, the Kaina Food and Travel Festival Thematic Edition. Also, for 2022, we plan to undertake communications planning and strategy program for the Philippines as a culinary destination. And we will also develop more food tourism ISE materials and food tourism fund in a box. On pilgrimage tourism, we are also currently focusing on developing this product, although we know that there are already pilgrimage tours that are being run in several areas in the country. We plan to do a more comprehensive program for pilgrimage tourism. Pilgrimage tourism is also one of the tourism activities where persons travel to different religious destinations to achieve a spiritual journey, no? Or this is primarily for a religious reasons or religious journey. This type of tourism activity is actually known as the first tourism mobility to come into existence thousands of years ago. These tours involve visit to famous religious sites like churches, um, to experience a spiritual journey. Examples of these kinds are, of course, the trips to Hajj, to Mecca, or the Hajj to Mecca by the Muslims, pilgrimage to Jerusalem or the Vatican for Christians, and traveling to Bodh Gaya for Buddhists. In the Philippines, we have numerous sites that have the potential to become destinations for pilgrimage tours, especially the Catholic churches or sites believed to be miraculous. The DOT, seeing this potential, embarked on developing pilgrimage tourism as an addition to the cultural tourism offerings of the countries of the country. Currently, there are several pilgrimage sites and tours that are being developed in different parts of the country. However, the DOT is working on developing a pilgrimage tourism roadmap to come up with a national strategic plan on how to develop these sites and perhaps develop bigger stories behind these sites. That may lead to a deeper religious or spiritual experience for our tourists, both domestic and international. We are also the different regions are also developing currently developing cultural products and circuits, and even pilgrimage tours in their different destinations. So, for example, we have the pilgrimage tour of car through our DOT car office. There is also the Cordillera Fabric Circuit Mapping Documentation and Woven Culture Exhibit of car also. Region 1 is also developing their own pilgrimage circuit. Farm and Culinary Eco-Cultural and Historical Tourism Circuit of Region 2. The Cultural and Historical Mapping for Bataan, Clark, Pampanga, Tarlac, and Nueva Ecija for the World War II Historical Tour. This is in Region T. There is also a circuit being developed by Region 4A, the Faith, Food, Art, Adventure, and Nature Tourism Circuit, which includes destinations like Antipolo City, Taytay, Cainta, and Angono. Region 4B is also developing its Center of Fun, Faith, Food, and Farm under the New Normal program. Region 7 as well is also developing its own faith-based tourism circuit, which involves Cebu, Bohol, and Siquijor. And Region 10 is coming up with its own faith, heritage, and nature highway destination program. And Region 10 is also developing its cultural tourism development program. So these are the programs that are currently being developed by DOT, and we hope to come up with a more detailed calendar of activities that we are going to launch soon as circuits are fully developed, and dry run and launch in the domestic market in preparation for the lifting of the restrictions and coming of the international tourists. So that's the end of my presentation this morning, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much for that very insightful talk, Mrs. Manya. Everything that you said was definitely worth note-taking. Food and gastronomy truly is an emerging phenomenon, and even though we are a small island, each region here in the Philippines has their own unique style of culinary.
Indeed, Carlos. Gastronomy is definitely important in culture, not only because food is an important part of the tourist experience, but also because gastronomy has evolved into an important source of identity in modern cultures. I am very sure that our viewers learned a lot from our first speaker. Once again, thank you so much, Miss Esmania. Let us now head on to our next speaker. May I call on once again Associate Professor Eric D. Zerudo to introduce our second speaker for today.
Thank you very much to Carlos and to our host. No, just to thank and amplify our gratitude to Ma'am Gina of DOT. I hope our tourism officers are now able to plot their programs, no, according to the national thrusts and niches of our DOT. It's so nice to note that they're really pushing for, these are the weaknesses of the Filipino. Food, pilgrimage. Ako, dapat may shopping din dyan. So, when we move around the Philippines, already the ideal combination, the right equation, really to have your tourists gravitate to your places. So thank you, Miss Gina. Such a very dynamic program, even amidst our COVID-19 pandemic. Okay, so let's move on. Now, from one government agency, we move on to our next government agency, and we are very glad that this agency is well represented. In fact, they spearhead this particular program on culture-based governance in tourism. So our speaker is the head of the Cultural Communities and Traditional Arts section of the National Commission for Culture and the Arts. She has been very active in promoting the schools of living tradition and a pioneer, or really one who advances these studies with regards to intangible cultural heritage. So let's all welcome and give a big virtual round of applause to Ms. Renee Talavera. Welcome, Renee.
Magandang umaga po sa lahat. Before I begin my presentation, I would like to congratulate the NCCAP SEP headed by Dr. Sani Cristobal, as well as the BKFI, USTC CPET, and UST College of Tourism and Hospitality Management for organizing this 3-day webinar series. I am honored to share the NCCA mandate and programs to the provincial, city, and municipal tourism officers and the LGU officials who are attending this webinar. Let me begin my presentation. Ang NCCA or National Commission for Culture and the Arts o Pambansang Komisyon para sa Kultura at Mga Sining ay ang overall policy-making body, coordinating, and grants-giving agency for the preservation, development, and promotion of Philippine culture and arts. Ito po ay binubuo ng 15-man board mula sa cultural agencies. Ito po ang National Museum, Cultural Center of the Philippines, the National Historical Commission of the Philippines, the National Library, the National Archives of the Philippines, Komisyon sa Wikang Filipino, representative po mula sa Department of Education, Department of Tourism, ang NCC Executive Director, at mula po sa private sector ang heads ng Subcommission on the Arts, Cultural Heritage, Cultural Dissemination, Cultural Communities and Traditional Arts, at legislative leaders po mula sa Senate at sa Congress. Ang NCCA po ay mayroong 19 national committees
Ito po ay nanggagaling dun sa na-mention kong private sectors, yung subcommission, yung 4 na subcommission sa arts, cultural heritage, cultural communities and traditional arts, at cultural dissemination. Sa arts po ay may National Committee on Architecture and Allied Arts, Cinema, Dance, Dramatic Arts, Literary Arts, Music, and Visual Arts. Sa Subcommission on Cultural Communities and Traditional Arts naman po ay mga representatives mula sa cultural communities ng Northern, ito po yung regions 1 to 3 at CAR. Mula naman po sa Central ay regions 4 hanggang Visayas. At ang Southern Cultural Communities naman po ay mga cultural communities po natin sa Mindanao. Sa cultural dissemination naman po ay ang sektor ng language and translation, communication, at cultural education. Sa heritage naman po o cultural heritage, andito naman po ang sektor ng archives, historical research, libraries, museums, art galleries, at ang monuments and sites. Dumako naman po tayo sa pagpapakilala ko sa aming grants program. Ang NCCA Grants Program po ay may competitive grants. Ito po yung taunang ina-announce na call for project proposal submission po namin. Nakakatapos lang po noong August 30. At meron din pong suporta for international travel and agreements. Meron pong support for institutional programs. At may iba pong type ng NCC assistance. Ito po yung technical assistance program. Kasama na po dito ang project proposal write shop, resource persons and speakers bureau. Ito naman po yung kung may pangangailangan po ang mga LGUs or other organizations ng experts or resource persons sa inyong mga activities or festivals, kailangan po ninyo ng resource persons and judges. Dito naman po nabibilang sa programang ito. Meron din pong outreach program. Ito naman po yung may kinalaman sa mga community activities na kailangan pong maipadalang grupo ng performers or grupo na hindi pa napapanood ng community o ng kabataan o sa mga paaralan. At may mga iba pa po kayong activities na may mga iniimbitahan mula sa iba't ibang lugar. Ano pong klase ang mga projects na maaaring suportahan? Seminars, workshops, trainings, congresses, capacity or capability building activities, festivals, productions, performances, awards and recognition, profiling, research and documentation, publications, exhibition, and other activities po na na-identify na nasa priority program po ng NCCA. Isa po sa mga priority programs ng NCCA ay ang Intangible Cultural Heritage Program. Dahil tayo po ay signatory sa UNESCO 2003 Convention, at lahat po ng mga LGUs din ay ini-encourage na suportahan po itong programang ito sa ating pangangalaga o pagprotekta sa ating intangible cultural heritage para masigurado din po ang respeto sa ICH ng mga komunidad, grupo at individual at magkaroon po ng awareness, mas tumaas po yung awareness sa local, national, at kasama na rin po sa international level sa pagbibigay po ng halaga sa ICH at ang mutual appreciation sa ating ICH. Meron din po sa isa sa mga purposes ng convention ay makapagbigay ng international cooperation and assistance sa iba't ibang bansa. Ano po ba yung intangible cultural heritage na sinasabi ng UNESCO? Ito po yung mga practices, representations, expressions, knowledge, skills. Ang kasama na po dito yung mga instruments, objects, artifacts, and cultural spaces na associated dito sa practices na to. At ang mga communities o grupo at mga individual ay nire-recognize nila na parte ng cultural heritage. Ito po yung domains na ang ating ICH ay nabibilang o ikinakategorize po ng UNESCO. Yung oral traditions and expressions po, including language as a vehicle of the ICH or Intangible Cultural Heritage, isa pong domain. Performing arts, isa pong domain. Social practices, rituals, and festive events, isa din po. Knowledge and practices concerning nature and the universe, and traditional craftsmanship. Meron na po tayong 3 ICH mula sa Pilipinas na na-inscribe sa Philippine Masterpieces of Oral and Intangible Heritage of Humanity na ngayon po ay tinatawag na representative list. Ang hudhud po sa Ifugao, Punok sa Ifugao din, at ang Darangin po. Meron po tayong bagong na-inscribe, mula naman po ito sa Zamboanga del Sur, ang atin pong Subanen Buklog or Thanksgiving Ritual of the Subanen. Ito naman po ay na-inscribe sa Urgent Safeguarding List, na ngayon po ay bumuo ang Zamboanga del Sur LGU ng isang task force para ma-safeguard po ang buklog bilang isang napakahalagang ritual sa kanilang lugar, na ngayon po ay pinahahalagahan ng ating bansa. Isa pa pong mahalagang programa ng NCCA ang Schools of Living Traditions. Ito naman po ay ang pagsasali ng kaalaman ng mga cultural masters sa mga kabataan. Ang SLTs po ay non-formal centers of learning sa komunidad kung saan isinasalin ang kaalaman ng mga cultural masters sa pamamagitan ng pagtuturo po ng particular art, craft, o tradisyon sa younger members ng community mismo nila for appreciation, learning sa iba't ibang cultural forms katulad po ng embroidery, weaving, wood carving, chanting, mat weaving, basketry, literary arts po nila, traditional attires, IKSP, traditional cuisine, instruments making, kasama na rin po kahit ang traditional medicine na kung pinapayagan pong isalin ng matatanda sa kabataan, ito po ay nagiging bahagi ng Schools of Living Traditions, may beadworks at iba't iba pa pong kaalaman na maaari pong maisalin sa kabataan. Aside from that, sinusuportahan po natin ang ating mga manlilikha ng bayan. Mula din po ito sa komunidad, maaaring pong galing din sa Schools of Living Traditions na ang kagalingan ay naibahagi. Ito po ang ginagawad naman natin sa mga outstanding natin na mga cultural masters at pinaparangalan bilang manlilikha ng bayan o tinatawag nating National Living Treasures. Meron din po tayong isang programa, ang Institute of Living Traditions. Ito naman po, kaibahan sa Schools of Living Traditions kung saan ang cultural master sa isang komunidad is sinasalin sa kanyang sa kabataan na miyembro ng community. Ang Institute of Living Traditions naman po ay maaaring kahit hindi po miyembro ng community, maaring maibahagi ang kaalaman ng cultural master kung ito po ay allowed ng komunidad. Isa pa pong programa ay ang Assistance for Filipino Artisans Program. Ito naman po ay nagbibigay ng mga materials at iba pang pangangailangan ng artist o ng grupo o ng community, like mga materials and supplies para po may pagpatuloy nila ang kanilang paggawa o paglikha. Meron po tayong mga publication ng iba't ibang educational materials, manuals, information packets. Isa din po yan sa suportang ibinibigay ng NCCA. Meron pong research grants program kung saan yung mga gustong magsaliksik ay binibigyan ng suporta taon-taon. Every year po meron pong evaluation na nagaganap dun sa mga proposals. Kaiba pa po ito dun sa competitive grants. Ito din po ay competitive pero separate program naman po ito, itong research program. At ang Philippine Cultural Education Program or PCEP, kung saan may iba't ibang programa sa loob ng PCEP program, may iba't ibang activities, kabilang na po yung nagaganap ngayon. Meron din pong cultural mapping program kung saan sa ilalim ng National Cultural Heritage Act of 2009, ang mga appropriate cultural agencies at local government units ay mag-establish at mag-maintain po ng registry ng cultural property. At ang LGUs po ay mandated by the law na mag-maintain po ng inventory under its jurisdiction at mag-furnish po sa NCCA ng copy ng local inventory kung saan naman minemaintain po ng NCCA yung Philippine Registry of Cultural Property or PRECOP. At para po matulungan ang mga LGU na ma-identify at ma-account yung mga cultural properties, ang NCCA naman po ay nag-establish ng cultural mapping program para mag-assist sa mga LGUs. May iba't iba din pong networking and coordination na ginagawa ang NCCA sa relevant cultural, relevant local and national institutions. Meron po mga local culture and arts councils, sa mga committee on culture po. May mga interagency convergence din po na isinasagawa. So ang mga NCCA partners po ay maaaring civil society organizations, people's organizations, indigenous people's organizations, individuals, local government units, government agencies, state universities, colleges, and public schools. So kung sa competitive grants po, magsasubmit ng proposal for funding assistance, ang lahat po ng eligible proponents ay may dadaan po sa isang accreditation process na may mga accreditation requirements bilang prerequisite para ma-approve po ang project proposal na isasubmit sa NCCA. So kahit po ang NCCA may deadline every year, ang mga project proponents naman po ay maaring magpasa sa NCCA ng mga applications for accreditation. Ito po ay bukas buong taon, wala pong deadline. So kung meron po kayong mga katanungan at iba pang impormasyon na gustong malaman, po pwede rin po ninyong bisitahin ang ncca.gov.ph. At kung meron po kayong mga katanungan, ako po ay handang sumagot. Marami pong salamat.
Thank you so much, Ms. Talavera, for that wonderful talk. You know, Mika, I also want to be part of their program and at the same time physically experience their cultures and traditions.
Indeed, Carlos. You know, intangible cultural heritage is important because it provides us with a sense of identity and belonging by connecting our past, present, and future. It promotes social cohesion and makes people feel like they belong to a community and society as a whole. Once again, thank you, Ms. Talavera, for your wonderful talk.
You know what, Mika? I miss traveling. I can't wait for this pandemic to end so we can all travel again.
That is right, Carlos. I also do miss traveling, and I am sure our audience here today miss it too. Well, don't lose hope, everyone, because surely we will all go back to traveling again soon. Okay, we should not waste any time because I know that we have a lot more to learn from our amazing speakers. Associate Professor Eric Bizarudo, please take the stage to introduce to us our third speaker.
Thank you once again to our host. Again, I would like to amplify our gratitude to Ms. Renee of NCCA for walking us through that very colorful program of our cultural agency. This reminds me that many of our cultural resources, our cultural heritages, are actually very enduring. They're all living. And I hope that in all your local municipalities, you try to harness this, no? Because these are the expressions that provide a distinct flavor, no, in your individual municipalities and localities. So maraming salamat din ulit, Ms. Renee. I hope you can stay with us because we'll be engaging you in a Q&A in a few while. Now, our third speaker for this first part of our program this morning. Our next speaker is he's very popular in the Department of Tourism. He is the administrator of the Intramuros Administration, an agency attached to Philippine Department of Tourism that is responsible for the orderly administration and development of the historic district of Intramuros. So under his term, he is leading the urban regeneration of the old city of Manila through culture, arts, heritage, and sustainable tourism initiatives. So this effort has led to record increases in visitors' arrivals, income from commercial operations, infrastructure, urban regeneration, and planning initiatives and community stakeholders partnerships. So he's also been designated as the Secretary of Tourism as chairperson of the DOT Task Force on Domestic Tourism Product Development. To share with us his topic on programming Intramuros as a cultural tourism experience. One of our most respected and very esteemed colleague in heritage conservation and protection. Let's all welcome Attorney Giler D. Acido. Good morning, sir.
Morning, Dr. Eric. Morning.
Thank you po.
Thank you. Thank you also for inviting us, the Intramuros administration, for today's program. If I may be allowed to share my screen already.
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So we were asked basically to tell you the story of Intramuros for the past 4 years and what we have done for the then as well. So in doing this, we basically said that we wanted to tell you the story and we would like to offer to you the solutions that we provided, especially since that if these are solutions which we believe can easily be adapted as well in any local government unit or in any of our destinations. So in telling the story of Intramuros for the past years, what we basically said is to ensure that we give proper treatment and value of the place. Intramuros is part of our national patrimony. It has it is located in the heart of Manila, and aside from that, we all know that the UNESCO World Heritage Site of San Agustin is located inside the walled city. And aside from the value of having the UNESCO World Heritage Site of San Agustin in Tramuros, we also wanted to highlight the history and most importantly as well, the people who have lived inside Intramuros. Now, that would require us, well, for us to set the proper value of the place. We went through the effort of preparing our own conservation management plan, a conservation management plan that is the first in the country, for it was able to identify the outstanding universal value of Intramuros. And in doing so, we were able to set and identify as well the policies that we hope will ensure the resiliency of the district past our term as well, while we are considered to be having taking care of the district. So in setting the stage basically for giving proper value of the district, we wanted to set the narrative. We wanted to tell the story of not just the value, but also the people who have been living and have lived in the district. So in it is only through telling the story of Intramuros we believe should we be will people be able to understand fully the full potential and the full value of the district, and that is where we started. Those are the three pillars of what we believe is the story of Intramuros. So, um, our agency, the Intramuros Administration, has been in existence for the past 42 years. It was created to basically to ensure the orderly restoration and development of Intramuros. Our agency is unique because it's a national agency of government, and we do have a board of administrators where the board where I to which I report to, and the board is basically composed of members of the cabinet, and the chairperson is the secretary of tourism. A lot of people, and I hope that many of you have visited Intramuros already as well. Each of us have this own narrative. Each of us have this own memory. As Nick Joaquin said, there are different layers to the memories of Intramuros. What we wanted to ensure is that we do not add any more to those layers. What we want to ensure is that we give proper enhancement to the values and to the memories that have been created of Intramuros. Now, in giving the treatment of the proper of the place, the value, he wanted to highlight not just the built structures to which Intramuros is well known as for. We also wanted to give value to the heritage that was lost, because in doing so, we will be able to set the tone as well. Why should people value their heritage, and why should people value their identity? Now, what do these places really mean if given the fact that there are built heritage structures and that we have lost them? So this is one of the reasons why went through the exercise of preparing our conservation management plan as well. Now, um, structures are basically um, are manifestations of people's identity as well. But to us, okay, we wanted to ensure that we are not just identifying the structures. We also wanted, again, as we've said, highlight the value, the significance, and history of the Filipino people. So in doing so, we wanted to ensure that with the conservation management plan that we have prepared, and we are proud to say that Intramuros is the first urban heritage district that has prepared their own conservation management plan. We wanted to ensure that we can properly give value and conservation and protection on the outstanding universal value of the district. Now, part of that as well, and when speak of the outstanding universal value, is in reference to the cultural and or natural significance, which is so exceptional as to transcend national boundaries. With UNESCO's declaration and of San Agustin as World Heritage Site as part of the Baroque churches of the country, the UNESCO basically recognized the exceptional value of these churches, given the fact that they are of common importance, not just to our present, but to the future generations as well. Now, we looked at as well the value of defining the place. So, if we are looking at the value of a place, we are looking at symbols, we are looking at statements, we are looking at stories. And these are basically the values that we wanted to come out of our efforts. And this we were able to do because we said that when we people look at the monument, okay, we should not just look at the um, it as a symbol. We wanted to ensure as well that the proper statements on why these monuments were erected should be narrated. And the stories involving all of these places and involving all of these monuments will then give proper value to the district. Now, let me just quote a statement made by Brian Ladd in one of his books. He said that the nature of monuments basically is related to our national memory because we are giving, while they are considered to be architectural relics of the past, we are giving proper treatment and they should be remembered as they shed light on a collective identity that is more felt than articulated. So this monuments, the structures, we also wanted to ensure that they be seen as public art as well. And when see them as public art, as Lucy Paul said, they are a powerful communication device that is used to reflect the values of the community. And in our case, we wanted to ensure that when we speak of the story of Intramuros, we wanted to reflect the Filipino values as well. And we identified two Filipino values which we deem should be reflective of the story of Intramuros. Okay? There is the value of malikain. There is the value of caring as well. Okay, so creativity and caring because in Intramuros has been resilient. It has been in existence even before the Spanish period. There was already a place, not known as Intramuros, but there is a civilization existing in the very place that we now know as Intramuros. So we wanted to ensure that we give proper value to those stories as well. Now, in doing that, okay, aside from preparing the conservation management plan, we curated our mandate. Our mandate is basically orderly restoration and redevelopment. And in curating the mandate, we undertook a branding campaign to identify as well and for people of the present generation to be able to look at and highlight the value and significance of Intramuros. And that narrative, that branding campaign as well, supported our conservation management policies. Um, Last week, our Board of Administrators just approved amendments to the 41-year-old implementing rules and regulations. Now, in accepting those amendments, we ensured as well that they be aligned already to the approved conservation management plan of Intramuros. In a way, that will ensure the resiliency again of the district for the next generation to appreciate. So in doing the mandate, in doing the branding, and implementing the conservation management policies, we are telling the story of the people, the place, whether they be past or the present. Okay. Now, for the past 4 years, we've been busy, and we have adopted the hashtag of as part of our branding. We are Intramuros, because in adopting that hashtag, we are basically telling the story that the Intramuros is us. Intramuros tells the story of every Filipino. Intramuros tells us the story of our history. Intramuros is a reflection of where we want to go as well as a people. Now, we have also engaged ourselves, again, as I mentioned a while ago, that we wanted to highlight the value of malikain. And that is why, despite the pandemic, we adopted a concept prepared by the Design Center of the Philippines that we focuses on what we refer to as creative nudge. So we, despite the issues and the concerns regard on the pandemic, we created a campaign that basically highlights as well the value of informing the people that you can visit the district, but doing it safely as well. So that is what we refer to as a creative nudge, where we involve the community in informing, in creating information campaign on safety as well. So we have engaged in a series of projects as well, and one of that is the about to be completed My Stranza Creative Quarters. Again, we see here the values or the two Filipino values of palikhain and caring for our heritage and culture as well. So, as a final word in terms of any effort to undertake a campaign or any implementation regarding culture and heritage, the first question that you would have to ask yourself is how do you set the significance and values of the place and the people that we are trying to enforce the identity of the Filipino? And from there, you can already set the perspective. And after setting the significance, values, and the perspective, you can now do the creative at uh, approach on preparing all of your significant materials that you wanted to highlight. So our advice is that in terms of creating stories and narratives, please tell the tales of the past, the present, and the future. Because in doing so, we will be able to reinforce our identity as Filipinos. So on your screen right now is part of our branding campaign materials that highlights and shows the map of Intramuros. But in doing so as well, we highlighted each and every significant point of interest and also the places where they can eat, where they can shop, and where they can actually go around as well. So we hope that in the next few weeks, okay, if the restrictions are more relaxed as well, you'll be able to have time to visit the district. Intramuros is now open. Two sites have been opened, and we are observing limited capacity requirements, but we do look forward to having you inside the district. So thank you, everyone, and congratulations, Dr. Eric and the other organizers of this event for a very successful engagement. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Attorney Giler Acido, for that wonderful talk of yours. I'm sure our audiences has learned a lot from your talk. It is always important to give value, understanding, and protection of our country's historical places.
Indeed, Carlos, Intramuros is an important part of our history and one of the most famous tourist spots in our country. I hope we can all visit Intramuros again soon and visit different places such as the Fort Santiago, Manila Cathedral, San Agustin Church, Casa Manila, and many more. Once again, we thank you, Attorney Gillier, for your presentation, and please stick with us because later on we will be having the Q&A session. Same with our speakers earlier, Ms. Esmania and Ms. Salavera. Be ready for our Q&A session in a while, and may I request that you open your camera during the Q&A session. So to our dear guests and here inside the Zoom and audiences from our Facebook Live, ready your questions for later.
I am sure all of our guests were able to learn a lot from our speakers this morning. But before we head on to the next part of our program, which is the Q&A, we would like to acknowledge our dear co-presenters for today's event.
Moving on to the next part of our program, we will now open the floor for the Q&A session. May we now call on our dear speakers, Ms. Gina Marie Liberty Esmania, Ms. Renita Lavera, and Attorney Gillier Acido to entertain the questions from our dear guests.
May we also call on our facilitator, Dr. Eric Zarudo, to facilitate the Q&A session. To our dear participants, you can now send in your questions that you want to ask to our dear speakers. Please type them in the chat box and do not hesitate to ask.
Okay, thank you very much to our dear hosts. I have to thank Attorney Giler for that very wonderful presentation. It's so well updated, Attorney. It's very refreshing to listen to something that after so many years, no, finally you have re-engineered the walls of Intramuros. And again, I think you are retelling very new memories, no, that the people will really appreciate. These are the things that we look forward to on how we should really revitalize many of our monuments and sites. So I really have to congratulate all our speakers for this morning. Very apt, very relatable, Nako, ang dami natututunan siguro ng ating mga tourism officers ngayon. No? There will be more storytelling after this Q&A part 1 because we will focus on particular themes after this. No? So, magsisegue tayo from all of your topics and we will focus on particular tourism themes. So earlier, we were introduced to food tourism and pilgrimage tourism. Ako, Ma'am Gina, thank you very much. No, somebody will discuss that later. No, very familiar faces. Si Miss Ineng, thank you Ineng, highlighting the ICH kasi this is often the least that they notice, no, in many of our municipalities, right under their noses. It's already there, but maybe they just need a little prompting on how to maximize their ICHs, no. Thank you for reminding us of the 2003 convention. And syempre, no, the walled city of Intramuros under Attorney Giler. We are always updated that there's something new. Yes, it's an old city, but there's something new to discover. Thank you for that. Okay, we have some questions here. Do we have questions already from our partners? Let us wait for some other questions. Okay. I think this is for Ineng. This is from Itchage, Isabella. Hello, ma'am. Good morning. I am from LGU Itchage. The topics are very interesting. We are planning to have a monument of Rafael de Itchage, a Spanish Governor General, wherein our town is named from. May I ask NCA what are the steps that we need to do for, I think, an unveiling or an establishment of this kind of monument? No, what assistance siguro Ineng is asking? Maybe you can connect him to some of our national agencies as well. Yes, please.
Okay, good morning po. Salamat sa inyong tanong. Ito pong inyong activity ay nasa ilalim po ito ng National Historical Commission of the Philippines. Maaari po kayong sumulat sa NHTP kung nagbibigay po sila ng technical assistance, and then sila din po yung nag-a-assess kung ano po yung maaaring maitulong ng agency sa inyong activity.
Yes, so again, like that of what Ineng said, you can refer to the National Historical Commission of the Philippines. You can also write NCCA because they can always assist you to endorse your letter to NHTP, no? Sila po talaga ang namamahala niya, mga monuments, mga commemorations, they'll give you a lot of information. Sige po. Thank you for that, Itchage. Any more questions from our audience that you would like to share? Okay, from Ilagan, NCCA again. How to apply for NCCA's grant and assistance? Nako, lagi na nga umiikot ang NCCA eh. Hindi ko yung siguro nakikinig lagi. Ako suki, ako lagi nabibigyan ako nitong information. How to apply for NCCA's grants assistance in conducting. Ito, very particular siya. Cultural mapping, Ms. Ineng. Maraming salamat po. Very particular ang program. Yes.
Salamat po sa inyong tanong. Ito naman po ay susulat po ang inyong LGU sa NCCA, addressed to the chairman or executive director. Ngayon po ay OIC si Miss Mary Chu Gitaliano. Nandyan po sa pinakita ko kanina, pwede ko pong ilagay dito sa chat box ang aming contact information. Dahil po sa dami po ng mga requests for cultural mapping, medyo po nakapila ngayon. Pinaprioritize pa po nila yung last year pa siguro. So, sobrang dami ng request. So, sulat lang po ang inyong LGU.
Yes, totoo. Thank you, Ineng. That's very true. Medyo mahaba po ang pila, but it's better that you advance already your request because there are certain things that you may also have to submit, no? as documentary requirements, no, according to our program. There's a question here from General Nakar, no? This is in northernmost of Quezon. Good day po. Meron po kaming monument. Ayan, nawala na tuloy. Sa dami na pumapasok na tanong, Mas Ineng. How to apply? Okay, we have a monument dito po sa aming bayan sa General Nakar. Luma at kupas na. They would like to request kung pwedeng papinturahan. Kailangan po ba kami maganda ng sulat sa NHCP, no? For the repainting. Naku, I don't know kung kaya ni Ineng sagutin ito. No? Pwede ba silang pa-repaint, Ineng? Or advance na lang natin sa NHCP?
Opo, kailangan po may technical assistance. Ina-assess muna po kung ano yung po pwedeng maibigay na tulong. First step po yung technical assistance. Pwede naman pong diretso po sa NHCP. Kasi sila po yung, nasa kanila po yung mandate sa mga monuments po at sa.
Okay. Thank you very much. No? So ito, just to amplify again, no, the specialization of Ma'am Rene. Thank you for your presentation on ICH. They would like to be enlightened further, Ms. Ineng. What are some of the best ICH safeguarding practices of LGUs that you have encountered? No, may mga LGU programs na ba on ICH?
Thank you, sir, sa inyong tanong. I'm happy to share na may mga partners na po yung NCCA on Intangible Cultural Heritage Safeguarding. Yung nabanggit ko po kanina sa presentation ko, yung Zamboanga del Sur LGU, gumawa sila ng task force to safeguard Buklog. Ito po yung Thanksgiving ritual ng Subanen. Ang LGU naman po ng Benguet, isa po sila sa na-recognize din ng NCCA dahil sinusuportahan nila ang mga Schools of Living Traditions ng NCCA kung saan nandun po yung mga intangible cultural heritage. Ang LGU din po ng Capiz, headed naman po ang pitikaw po si Sir Alfonso Tesoro. Madami po siyang mga ICH programs for safeguarding ICH. Iba't ibang pamamaraan po in-integrate po niya magkasama ang tourism at saka gawain ng LGU at saka ang mga gawaing pangkultura. So, iba't iba pong LGU din, may kanya-kanyang pamamaraan, may inventory po or profiling, and then meron din pong documentation, promotion, aside from supporting yung mga activities ng mga cultural masters or ating tinatawag na specialist, cultural specialist, at iba pa po. Marami pong mga LGUs na katuwang ng NCCA dito sa ICH Safeguarding.
Thank you, Rene. Now, I would like to throw some questions to our two other speakers. No? So, unahin natin si Attorney Giler. Attorney Asido, just wondering, the programs of IA are really getting robust, no? We're really getting very good feedbacks, no, from your wonderful programs. Do you have plans to amplify these programs beyond the walls of Intramuros? What I mean, are you engaging the neighbors? Yan yung friendly neighbors nila, attorney. Marami-rami yan sila. No, but if you plan to engage your neighbors,
yes.
How do you plan to engage them? On what platform? And will this also be a program on tourism or any other expressions of development? Sige po, attorney.
Salamat, Doc Eric. Thank you again for the kind words, and coming from you, it's much appreciated talaga. We are engaging, actually, bago nagkaroon ng pandemya ng isang taon, nag-uusap na kami ng National Museum, ng City of Manila, and the National Parks Development Committee. We were supposed to launch already what we refer to as a Manila Heritage Trail, where you can actually do a visit, going to Binondo,
Mhm.
to Intramuros, tawid ka sa Rizal Park, then visit National Museum, and then you can also visit yung Sulaiman Monument. Lahat yun na ano na namin nalatag na namin, and we decided to work together really para maging maayos siya. Unfortunately, because of our current restrictions right now, medyo dinefer muna namin. But we were optimistic because we already started as well. Nasimulan namin yung using the Pasig River ferry. So from Makati until Escolta, then you go to Intramuros. Ginawa namin na yun with our partners from the DOT, NCR, and also the City of Manila and other agencies na magkakalapit nga. So yun nga na dream namin talaga na hopefully after we address the situation right now, we'll be able to launch what we refer to as a Manila Heritage Trail.
Okay. Oo. Well, talagang looking forward to that. Sana yung inyong seminal effort magkahawaan, attorney.
Thank you, Doc.
Kasi mahirap po mag-isolate. Parang, ay naku naman, maganda na yung effort nila, hindi naman masuportahan sa labas. But this is what we really need, na mahawa natin ang ating mga kasama dyan sa immediate surroundings natin. For DOT, Ma'am Gina, there's one here for you. Ito kasi very popular yung kainan ngayon. Is there any guideline or any sort of framework to be included? Ayan, to be included in the culinary circuit of any certain province or region. Maayong adlaw. Nako, galing yata sa Visayas or Mindanao ito. So, how can they join the bandwagon of the culinary circuit? Yes.
Good morning again, Doc Eric, and to all our speakers, Attorney G and Ma'am Riza. Actually, what we're doing right now is we're working closely with our regional offices and the LGUs concerned to do an assessment of the products available in their area, and that includes the culinary offerings. If may mga may mga heritage dishes sila, o mga culinary or mga traditional culinary offerings sila that they think is really that can bring their place to become popular, then they can include this in the proposal and submit to our DOT offices. Actually, ang DOT offices namin, regional offices naman namin, they work closely with the LGUs to do a product audit. Tignan muna nila ano bang naroon sa area, and then they come up with assessment of the area. Tignan nila yon, ano ba yung mga, is this an authentic dishes dito sa area nila? Are there stories behind those dishes na pwede nilang i-share, or relevant perhaps dun sa history or culture nung area na yon? Remember, our dishes, our culinary offerings are part of our culture. So after they become part of the initial list, probably of our regional offices, then our regional offices also request for an audit from the national office, from OPMD, and then we do go to the areas to check on it. So what we do is we also invite mga tour operators also, and yung mga food specialists to go to the destination and check there is really something valuable about the offerings in that particular area, and if there's something unique, na pwede nilang ma-offer sa market, and that's the time na gagawin nila na our tour operators can meet with the local handlers para tignan nila how they can work together, come up with a package, come up with a program, and then offer it to the market. Currently, OPMD is also doing coordination and product audit activities through our regional offices. No? So as presented kanina, may mga programs na currently dinidevelop ang mga regional offices natin. So like for example, si CAR, they have this culinary tourism program na inaayos nila ngayon, but because of the pandemic, ginagawa lang nila ngayon is we do local validation muna. So they check, ready ba ang area? Are there enough stories to be told? Importante yun eh. No? You have stories to be told. Hindi lang yung kakain, di mo lang i-offer yung product mo na kakainin, but you can relate it to the local traditions, no? Probably papakita mo how they go about it in preparation. So these are the things na pwede mong ilagyan ng narrative nga, as Attorney G nga kanina emphasized. No? The narrative is really important in all the things, in all the products that we are developing. So yun, coordination has really needed to go through our regional offices kasi nandun naman yun eh. Sila yung nasa ground. So they are the ones who are in touch with our LGUs.
Okay, maraming salamat po, Ma'am Gina. So I cannot emphasize enough the need for them to do product audit. Silipin nyo naman po muna ang inyong mga nasa kapaligiran. The same, this is the one that NCC is trying to put together, map out your different localities. And I think that was the strategy of Attorney Giler. No, when they did the CMP, they really had to himay lahat ng kalye ng Intramuros. No? And they were able to find very good novel stories that they could sell and promote. Okay, before we close our question and answer, one-liner, siguro last greetings from our first three speakers. Sige, Ma'am Gina, would you like to say last words to invite everybody to your programs? Yes.
Well, the Philippines is so rich in our cultural traditions, no, be it in food, in arts, but we only have to be more creative in looking into it. No, makita natin ano ba itong mga resources na to, and also know ano ba talagang gusto nating ipakita sa market, no, and then before we come up with a program. So with all these things around us, with all this richness around us, there is so much that we can offer to our tourists, not only in the domestic market, but also in the international market when restrictions are lifted.
Okay, and then Ms. Rene of NCCA, last words, Rene.
Ini-encourage ko po yung mga local government units, ang mga tourism officers, na ma-promote po yung mga kultura nang naaayon po ng appropriate din kung may kinalaman sa cultural communities o ang kanilang traditional arts. At kung kayo po ay may katanungan, maaari po kayong sumulat sa NCCA at kami po ay makakapagbigay sa inyo ng technical assistance kung yun po ay may kinalaman sa aming mandate, promotion, development, and safeguarding of Philippine culture and arts. Marami pong salamat.
Thank you, Rene. And last, let's listen to Attorney Giler Asido of Intramuros Administration.
Siguro ang masasabi ko lang is that we should really be able to identify first kung ano yung gusto natin gawin. And that means we should be able to set the significance and value of our destinations and our place. And after that, dire-diretso na yan. You can tell the story. And if you can tell the story of your destination, that will be the most effective tool in placing as well, highlighting the value of the place and the people.
Thank you to all our speakers. Very well said, Attorney Giler. Culture-based governance in tourism. Okay, back to you, to our host. Maraming salamat po.
And that's it for our Q&A session. Unfortunately, we can no longer accommodate more questions since we are running out of time. But no worries, unanswered questions will be compiled and sent to the respective speakers. Answers to your question will then be sent to your emails. This includes all of the questions by our lovely viewers in our Facebook Live.
How's our dear guests doing? I hope you guys are still with us. We would also like to greet our viewers from our Facebook Live. Hello and good day to all of you.
At this juncture, it's time for us to meet our fourth speaker for today. With the help of Associate Professor Eric B. Zerudo, sir, can you please introduce him to us?
Yes, thank you, Carlos. Thank you, Mika. It's quite unfortunate. No, he really wanted to join us in person, but he has to go to a clinic because he has to undertake some medical checkup. He is a full professor of history at the Department of in De La Salle University in Manila, and he's also the associate director for drama and history at the Bienvenido Santos Creative Writing Center of the same university. He graduated AB Journalism from UST and his MA and PhD also from UST. He is a multi-awarded writer, winning the Palanca Memorial Awards for Literature 5 times, no? And the National Book Award for Travel Writing in 2006. He wrote this book, Ciudad Morada, a walk through historic Intramuros. A very strong link, no, to the previous speaker, kay Attorney Giler. In 2017, he won his second National Book Award for Essays in English. And this was titled To the Person Sitting in Darkness and Other Footnotes of Our Past. He is the author and editor of 15 books in Philippine history and culture, a contributor of articles on history and culture to local magazines, university journals. So, sharing to us, the importance of historic sites, landmarks, and storytelling. So, let's listen to Professor Victor Torres, our professor from De La Salle University. Sige po.
Okay, good morning to everyone, and I'm so glad to be here with you today. I was tasked actually to lecture, but sometimes I find the lecture, especially to a young and vibrant audience like you, na mas maganda yatang magkwentuhan na lang tayo. No? At yung lecture ko ngayon, o masasabi nating lecture, ay sasabihin kong kwentuhan tayo tungkol sa isang napakakaraniwang bagay na nagiging bahagi ng ating buhay, pero sometimes we tend to forget it and we tend to set it aside. I call my lecture History and Culture. Okay? Narrating the story of your past. So take note carefully. The word is story. Okay? So, bago lahat sa ating mga tourism officers and the members of the LGU, every one of us, not necessarily professors, not necessarily historians, not necessarily cultural workers, every one of us are storytellers. You are storytellers, remember that. And as storytellers, you are tasked to do one thing. Tell a story. Kwento. Mahilig naman tayo magkwento di ba? Ultimo makipag-chismisan tayo, kwento pa rin yun. Story has always been a part of our lives. So what's making us stop now from making history and culture stories that will become part of our lives? Okay? So, kaya dapat isa-isip natin ang dalawang bagay. Ang history o kasaysayan ay kwento. Ang culture o kultura ay kwento. Okay? What do I mean by kwento? Parati natin iniisip ang ating kasaysayan ay facts. No? When, where, how, and then, not necessarily how. No? Who, si Rizal sa Calamba, tapos nag-aral sa Ateneo, nag-aral sa UST, so on and so forth. But what is the story there? You're telling the story of his life. But what is the story about his life? We talk about culture o kultura. And we always tell that whenever we tour people, we always ask people to go out and show us the sights of the area. We always tell them, no, this is the culture of our province. This is the culture of our place. These are dancers. These are musicians, so on and so forth. Kwento na ba yun? Try to remember. Ano ang kwento? Whenever you tell a kwento, whenever you tell a story, you go into details. And sometimes, these details only come out in exactly two places. One, inside the classroom. Trabaho ito ng teachers. Trabaho ito ng historian, trabaho ito ng mga professors, trabaho ito ng mga school administrators na tuturo ng mga estudyante, uupo sa desk, pakikinig, so on and so forth. Isang bahagi ng storya. Now, if teachers would learn to become storytellers, history would become very interesting. The other way to teach the story ay trabaho nyo outside the classroom. And this is where you as tourism officers come in. Okay? So, outside the classroom tayo. Tandaan, there is history and culture in everything in our lives. All you have to do is look for them. Okay? If you live in the province and the first Jollibee comes out or arrives there, that's history. No, history because it changed the lives of your province. I'll give you the story. Iloilo. Kung sino yung mga taga-tourism officers dito ng Iloilo. When I would usually go to Iloilo for a workshop, until of course the pandemic happened and I can no longer go there. And one of the interesting things that people tell me about Iloilo is the province of chefs. And I was like, oh, kung chefs yan, ang sarap ang pagkain ng Iloilo. True enough, masarap nga pagkain ng Iloilo. Paano? Chefs. Diba? But sometimes there are also interesting things about Iloilo. No? For one thing, I never realized that Iloilo had 3 SMs. If you would agree with me, di ba? Yung SM na nandun sa, I think it was in La Paz or something, and there is a newly constructed SM dun sa main highway. There's another SM inside the city. What is the story of that? No? Why is it that in a province, no, that on an island in the Visayas, they would have 3 SMs? Manila, Quezon City, tanggap ko pa. So all you have to do is just look for it. There's history and culture in our lives. What people did the 3 SMs catered to? May kanya-kanya ba silang social structure? And so forth. History and culture are inseparable from each other. Do not forget that. Minsan kasi sasabihin ng isa, culture lang ang culture lang ang trabaho namin magtutour kami ng bisita ng LGU tapos sasabihin ito si Jose Rizal, ito yung ito yung monumento sa kanya, yung Jose Rizal is our national hero, so on and so forth. Yun lang. Let's move on to the next spot. But what about the park? Why is it a park? Aside from the Quezon Memorial Circle, I think the biggest place for a monument to our hero is Rizal Park. Rizal Park isang 2 bloke yata laki niyan. Culture is the way of life a community follows. History is the story a community creates as it goes through life processes. In short, they are separable from each other. What is the culture of your place? I'm asking you that. No? Why do you act that way? Why is your food cooked that way? Why is your place decorated that way? What is your heritage? What is your past? What created your heritage? Yan ang mga bagay na kailangan alamin natin. History incorporates the following things that a society contains. Habits, tulad na sinabi ko kanina. Ano ba ang religion nyo? Ano ba ang mga customs ninyo? Oh, example, I'm not a very well-traveled person, because, well, for one thing, I only got the opportunity to travel when I became a professor in De La Salle. I only traveled abroad once. That was in 2019, before the pandemic happened, because there was something wrong with my birth certificate. No, but it made me now look at the various things that was happening around the place. And that is the most important thing also, becoming a storyteller. And I'm calling you tourism officers and all the officials here, storytellers. The most important thing of being a storyteller is being observant. Look at the things that are around you. One of the, I can probably tell you something. One of the most exciting things that happened to me when I live in Cavite, here in Cavite, is discovering the irasans. Those of you from Cavite here, I'm sure you're familiar with the irasan. The salt beds, gawa ng asin. No? Because I didn't know they still existed. I didn't know they were still a very old industry in Cavite. Okay. Religions, customs, languages. I think it's only the Visayas that I can hear someone, when someone wants to stop a jeep, they say hindi para. They say lugar lang. When I first heard that during my first trip to the Visayas, I was like, "Oh, lugar lang, ano ilulugar ko?" Yung pala, it's the way of stopping a jeep. Belief systems, how we look at people, how we recognize people, how would make these people an important part of our lives. Okay? And of course, sometimes making the belief system and the habit a tangible thing are the artifacts, tools, constructions, monuments, documents. These are all a very, very big part of understanding our history and culture. No? Now, the very fact that these elements apply to both history and culture means that one cannot do without the other. If you know history, you have to know the culture, or probably not have to know. You know the culture, but you don't realize that it's there. If you want to know culture, you have to know the history, because each and every aspect of these two are related to each other, and one cannot do without the other. Now, in learning the story, you have to deviate now from the who, what, where, and try to ask yourself, why, how? Diba? Bakit tumalo? Bakit tumagal ng ilang araw si Magellan dito sa Pilipinas during the Magellan expedition? Why? Because they cannot get enough food. Before they finally left the Philippines, they had to stop over in Palawan. Ang problema lang, of course, they had to stay for a longer while in Palawan because they were encountering resistance now. Ask yourself how. How did that happen? You bring a lot of people to areas in which for you is the pride of place. But you have to ask yourself, why did it become the pride of place? An interesting thing that I would ask sometimes whenever I would go to a certain place is, for example, vegan. I went to vegan, and we were shown the making of the burnay or something and everything. And yeah, that was fine. But I had to ask, what I did for? Para saan yan? And of course, I got a lot of answers. No? But then again, tama lahat. Because they are aware of what a burnay can do. I'll tell you another thing. I made a trip to the Ilocos with a Ilocano writer, si National Artist for Literature, Efshin Jose, and we didn't go to the tourist spots. He was a native of Pangasinan. He would usually go to the north, make some rounds, no? And one of the things that I could not forget when we visited the market in Sarat, no, in the Ilocos Norte, was the very thing that he told me. No? In the marketplace, there is only one section in a marketplace where you can buy the ingredients for pakbet. Which is like the national dish of the local dish of the Ilocanos. No? There is only one place in the marketplace, in a market, where all the ingredients to make pakbet can be found there. And how would you know the place? Just sniff the air. Because along with those jars of with those vegetables and everything are jars of bagoong. And I swear, the smell of bagoong permeated the place. So you have to just follow your nose and smell where it is. And true enough, all the ingredients of a pakbet can be found in one place, surrounded, of course, by bottles, jars, and of course, palayoks of bagoong. I think it was bagoong isda or bagoong alamang, depending on what bagoong you like. Now in the story, an interesting dish that was told to me by Iggy Ramos, I think he's going to lecture to you, is pansit pusit. Pansit choco. It had three names: pansit choco, pansit pusit, pansit pobre. Bakit daw pansit pobre? It's pansit made out of the squid of ink squid. The squid of the ink. Baliktad. The ink of the squid. Sorry. The ink of the squid. Why? Because normally the squid is usually used as bait. But sometimes they are served as delectable dishes. But the sack where the ink is located, no? Ilatapon yan. So what do? Some of the poor people or some of the Chinese who would cook the pancit would cook it with the ink. And it had a very, very unique flavor. It eventually became a traditional food in Cavite. Learn to question, but ask the right question. Learn to ask, but learn what questions to ask. Do not ask totally insignificant questions. No, for example, how did Bonifacio die? No, of course you can always be asked. So is Aguinaldo a traitor? Those are have become quite insignificant questions in our history. They are going to be asked. So you have to learn how to answer them. But there are more important things to ask. No? Learn to question, but ask the right questions. Bakit galito? Bakit galon? Sino siya? Bakit siya galon? Learn to ask, but learn what questions to ask. How did halo-halo become halo-halo? Diba? How did Ilocano become Ilocano? How did the Visayas become a language that is partly Spanish and partly Visaya? What made certain things valuable to them? Okay. And this is now, whenever you ask the question, where research comes in. Do not forget to ask, when you may ask a question, when you want to know facts, do your research. Your generation now is one of the most luckiest generation today because you can access information all over the world. And I'm not saying just the Philippines, all over the world with just one click of a button. Nung panahon ko, pag gusto mo mag-research, you have to go to the library, you have to go dig out a book. Tapos ang masama pa dyan, pag yung book ay archival, sometimes ayaw pahiramin sa'yo. Or sometimes you have to wait for a long time before you're given permission. Now they are scanned, they are digitized, they are everything, and you can access them almost immediately. Sometimes hindi na isang excuse sa atin ang hindi nag-research eh. Kasi ultimo sa smartphone, lalabas eh. And not only long research, sometimes it's a quick research. If you wanted to have quick facts, you can get it with the press of a button. So when someone asks you a question, you know what to answer. Okay? Because as a tourism officer, as an information officer, as a cultural officer, you are expected to know. It's a heavy responsibility, I know. But you're expected to know. One of the most exciting things that happened in my life was becoming a historical researcher and a historian. Because all of a sudden, I am living and walking with heroes and living with an heritage that had developed throughout the years. Research. Ask yourself. Some of you may be familiar with this. Moriones, di ba? And the Topayas, Quezon. Ask yourself, how did this happen? When did it start? Of course, you have to look for the right information. No? I think one of the most interesting things I encountered with the Moriones, no, and I was unfortunate, no, not to have taken advantage of it. There were some Moriones participants. So after the festival, they would sell the masks, and I had a friend who bought a one of the Moriones masks that was used for the festival. Although sinasabi nga lang iba, bakit pinenta sa'yo eh, bahagi ng panata nila yan or something, no? But apparently this guy decided to sell his mask. No? He sold it, I think, for like 1,000, 2,000 pesos, no? And when my friend showed it to me, I was surprised. Hindi pala siya paper mache. Kahoy pala siya talaga. Ang laki gulat ko. Sabi ko, wow, ibig sabihin, isang malaking sakripisyo na pala ito para doon sa nagdadala, para mag-participate sa Moriones kasi ang bigat ng maskara. So by itself, it's a penitensya. Okay. And of course, we all know that yung nakasabit siya sa payas, kinakain niya. Ano? Yeah, I had the pleasure of eating some of those, fried or raw. Okay. So ask yourself the questions. Research on it. So when people ask you, you can tell a story. You can just say, ay, Moriones yan, bahagi ng festival namin yan. Ngek. Ano yun? So, always remember, people, especially visitors to your place, are hungry for information. Seldom will you see a visitor who will come to your province and look for Jollibee. Dahil in the first place, hindi sila pumunta sa probinsya nyo para kumain ng Jollibee. Remember that. Okay? The dances, the things that go around. Why do they dance that way? How did it become that way? And most importantly, what are the customs and traditions found in them? Because you have to remember, your visitors are visitors. They are not familiar with the place. And as an LGU official, you should be familiar with it and tell them what are things that may or may not be done. So you have to understand their culture and their story. Monuments like this. The Quincentennial Monument, that's one of the monuments. I think that's in Siloan. No, that was put up to mark the Magellan expedition, the celebration of the 500th of the Quincentennial of the Magellan Elcano expedition. That was one of the stopovers. And for every stopover that the expedition did in the Philippines, they had to put up where the monument was. But of course, it wasn't just something local. It was part of the international scene. And what are the symbols of those that monument? Aside from, of course, having the history of the place of what happened to the place. So it's about it had a globe, it had an anchor, it had a chain, which symbolizes, of course, the naval part of the expedition. The one on the right, you're all familiar with, I'm sure. It's the Rizal Monument. But I don't think not all of you is familiar. Is that dyan nakalibing si Rizal? Whenever I would ask my students, no, saan nakalibing si Rizal after he was shot? Of course, the most common answer would be Paco Cemetery. Okay, I think sometimes their teachers forget that during the American period, Rizal was transferred. And of course, the monument that was put up in 1913, of course, that monument is now 100 years old. It's his actual tomb. If you look at the front, you will see Rizal standing there with the symbols, of course, of Spanish oppression, and of course the obelisk and everything. However, if you go behind it, you would see there a bronze plaque. Here lies the remains of our national hero, Jose Rizal. Libingan niya yan. Siguro nung American period, isa sa pinakamalaking libingan nung panahon na yun. Know the story. Know the place. Know the reason why things are happening and why things are there. Because without a history and culture, a group of people is not a society. History and culture is the binding force that brings society together. And without a communal culture and history, a nation cannot grow. And so it is up to you as mentors outside of the classroom who are tasked to do this. It's a challenging job, I have to admit that. But if you care about your nation, you would make the effort to do it. Maraming salamat po sa inyong pakikinig.
Thank you so much, Professor Victor Torres, for that wonderful narration. You know what, Carlos? Tumatak sa akin yung sinabi ni Professor Torres na dapat isaisip natin ang dalawang bagay. Ang history o kasaysayan ay kwento, ang culture o kultura ay kwento. Tama yung sinabi ni Professor Torres because when you tell a story, you spark a connection. That is how we humans have communicated since the beginning of time, by telling stories. And that way, we will get to help the people to hear and know something that many older generations never got to experience. The understanding of a culture from around the world. I am pretty sure that all our audiences learned a lot about what you shared today, Professor Torres.
Tama ka dyan, partner. I'm sure our viewers from FB Live are also ready to learn and hear more from our next speakers. Let us not always forget to come up with details. A good storyteller is what makes a good tourism officer. And these stories will forever live on for our future generations.
That is right, Carlos. Today's event is full of lessons. Every speaker is insightful and educative. We surely will gain a lot of knowledge after today's program.
I agree, Mika. As a future tourism practitioner, every little detail and information from our speakers is crucial for my growth, and I hope our audiences are still listening.
We sure hope so, since our next speaker will discuss a very interesting sector of tourism. Let us welcome our fifth speaker for today. Associate Professor Eric Bizarudo, will you please do the honors?
Thank you, Carlos. Thank you, Mika. Once again, allow me with pride to introduce to you our next speaker. But I really hope Professor Victorious will be able to join us in the latter part of the second segment of our morning module. I'm so sure he's now rushing back home after taking on the necessary medical check-up that he had to undergo through this morning. Okay, so let us move forward. He mentioned a name earlier. Minention niya ang pangalan ni Sir Ige. Now, he is our next speaker actually. He is a food historian from the Food Association of the Philippines. And other than that, he is also an award-winning book designer and food writer. He runs IRDS, a platform for publishing and research projects in gastronomy. He developed the framework for, ang ganda ng title, Dila at Bandila, ang paghahanap sa pambansang panlasa ng Pilipinas, when he was a fellow at Kritika, the National Workshop on Arts and Cultural Criticism of the Bienvenido and Santos Creative Writing Center in 2015. So for the past 20 years, he has designed and produced some of the most influential and powerful cookbooks in the country. He was a former president of the Association of Culinary Historians of the Philippines, CHOP, and an active member of the Philippine Culinary Heritage Movement and Slow Food. His latest book project, Appetite for Freedom, the recipes of Maria E. Orosa with essays on her life and work. This aims to shed light on Orosa's contribution to Philippine gastronomy. Sige po, let's listen to one of the most popular food historians today. Let's all welcome Mr. Ige Ramos.
Hello and good morning to everybody. Again, my name is Ige Ramos and I represent the Culinary Historians of the Philippines. I would like to discuss my presentation today entitled Cultural Entrepreneurship, Valorizing Local as the New Premium in the Experience Economy. I'm a book designer, food writer, and a visual artist. And behind you is one of the events I organized in my hometown, Cavite. And as you can see, it really looks familiar, no? So this is the Aguinaldo Shrine in Kawit. I run IRDS and the Republic of Taste Food Network. This is the platform for my publishing, book design, and independent research projects in edible design, comparative gastronomy, food history, anthropology, and public policy. I also designed some of the most important and influential food-themed books and cookbooks in the country. And I also write and produce books on food culture. And my latest book is Lasa ng Republika, Dila at Bandila, ang paghahanap sa pambansang panlasa ng Pilipinas. And I just recently published the book entitled Appetite for Freedom, the recipes of Maria Y. Orosa with essays on her life and work. And most importantly, aside from being a visual artist, a food writer, and a book designer, I'm also a cultural entrepreneur. And I will explain to you what cultural entrepreneurship is all about in the latter slides. A cultural entrepreneur is a cultural change agent and resourceful visionary. Basically, what I do is I organize cultural, financial, social, and human capital to generate revenue from a cultural activity that benefits a community. So these are like some of the images, like the food tours I conduct and the conference I attend all over the country. In the last few years, the word activist was given a bad reputation, but I believe there's such a word or a thing such as good activism. Okay, so good activism is basically fighting for the rights of our cultural sovereignty. And cultural entrepreneurship is actually good activism, because good activism is valorizing local as the new premium and the experience economy. And I will explain to you later what's the meaning of valorizing local, the terms valorizing local, and the new premium, and of course, experience economy. Okay, to valorize, ibig sabihin, bigyang halaga, no? So it gives or ascribes value or validity to something. raise or fix the price of or value of a commodity. And then local, it means sa atin, taga-atin, belonging to or relating to a particular place. And premium, mataas na uri, relating to a community, a commodity or product of superior quality, and therefore it can command a higher price. And for the longest time, what we see in our communities, let's say we see like a local fish, parang baliwala yan, that doesn't work because we cannot sell it expensive because it's local, it has no value. And like this is like an example, no? In Basay, Samar, they make this fantastic banig, but somehow they make all these like beautiful products made from local materials, especially these banigs, no? The design is fantastic, but somehow people in the community doesn't valorize it. It takes somebody from outside to validate them and give them value. Ganun din, no? Like we look at karinderya in our lens. Let's say if we're local, we say this is like ordinary food. But in reality, when somebody like an outsider views or experience the food, they find something new, something unique, something refreshing, and something valuable. So this is what I will be discussing in the next few slides. Okay, I'll give you like different case studies, about experience economy. One of the things that I did, I traveled around the world, and one of the things that I would like to present is the first case study, which I experienced in Brunavik, in Faroe Island. This is like part of Denmark, but this is like really, really far, from Denmark. It was like I think it's featured in the movie like recently in a local film, but what I experienced there, because they have no infrastructure, they have no tourism infrastructure, there's no hotels to speak of, there's no shopping malls, there's no resort, but what they provide is a total local experience, because ito ngayon yung tinatawag na experience economy. So people don't really buy things now, or like a lot of tourists don't really want to buy big ticket items or pay expensive hotels, but rather you can actually visit a family in Runavik, stay with them, talk to them, and then they explain to you their lifestyle. Then you can pet with their animal. This is like a sheep called Olaf, and you can exchange ideas. You can eat their food, and then for a fee, And then sometimes I was wondering, like, how do I pay you? So I was like asking this lady who actually provided this tour, they're actually equipped with a Bluetooth credit card charger, and everything is like what do you call this, streamlined. You don't have to exchange your currency, just pay with your credit card. So it's a very, very interesting idea. People don't buy, again, people don't buy big ticket items, like hotels, but essentially what you pay for is the experience, experiencing the local food. Let's say their local bread is they bake their own bread, they make their own butter, and they all the like food is heirloom, and from heirloom recipes, and very, very interesting landscape. So it's totally different from ours. Okay, another case study is I experienced, this is like a family homestay in Ubud, Bali, Indonesia, during the Bali Food Festival, the Ubud Food Festival. and I stayed with the family, and and um, and I was able to go around Bali, especially in the Jatului rice terraces, where you experience harvesting rice. Again, no, there's not much. Although Bali is very popular with, like, they have like big resorts, but I opted to stay with a Balinese family where they offer a bed and breakfast, and at the same time, I was able to immerse in their culture. So this is a very interesting, no? So I think this can be done also in our local tourism setup, especially in the provinces. This one is a totally different. This is another cultural immersion program organized by EHOS Tours of Card MRI based in San Pablo. But I was able to experience living with a family in Basay Samar, no? In Basay. And what they did was, so I contribute, let's say, like 2,000 pesos, and I was able to cook what they actually eat. And actually, they're very proud of their food, although it's very simple. And then I get to stay in their house, engage with the family, ask them questions. It's a very enriching experience, because this family in Basay were victims of Typhoon Yolanda, and they started rebuilding their lives. And this is one of the houses that was built by United Nations, and I think it's Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, no? And I was able to go around the barangay, and very close to the barangay is the Saob Cave, where you have the Banig weavers. So in a way, it's a very enriching experience. Again, no? So with that amount, you help the family, and then at the same time, engage with them and taste their food and their culture. Okay, food is the unifying element of the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations. It clearly states its centrality. Food is the problem, and food can be also the solution. This is according to Paulo de Croce from Slow Food. No? Okay, in 2016, I designed a DIY or do-it-yourself tour called Sampalan ng Side Mirror sa Cavitex on Facebook. And surprisingly, it got so many likes, and I got a call from the corporate communication head of Cavitex. And I would like to present to you the fourth case study that emanated from that crazy idea called Sampalan ng Side Mirror sa Cavitex. And it brought out a concept called Viaje Feliz, or Happy Trip, Lasa ng Republika. So basically, Viaje Feliz connects local gastronomic and cultural communities of Cavite via the Cavitex. Next. Okay, this is the problem now. How do you promote the local culture, gastronomy, history, and traditions of a small coastal town of Cavite, which is actually very close to Manila? But actually, in terms of food, it's below the radar, and it's quite unknown. So these are the threats that I listed. No, very few people know where Cavite City and other smaller coastal towns of Cavite. And Cavite City is always confused with Bacoor, Imus, or Dasmariñas. Then Tagaytay and the highland towns are more popular and further down from Manila, but most people don't realize that these are part of Cavite province. And because of Cavite's proximity to Manila, people think there's nothing there to see or to do, as it is a perceived dormitory town. So you have the map of Cavite there, no? So and and then opposing it, there's the red line, there's like Pasay. And then these are the weaknesses. Purveyors and producers are not organized for the onslaught of tourists. Local food are produced only for the local market and the local people to be sustainable. And then the short life of traditional food, the shelf life of traditional food is very short, no? So you cannot really store it. Once it's cooked, it has to be eaten straight away. Okay, these are the strengths that I listed. Local public markets are teeming with organic and unique produce. Local purveyors produce unique and delicious food that is unknown outside of Cavite. And there are many natural, cultural, and historical landmarks that can be tied to the food narrative. And the best part is it only takes 60 minutes from MOA to the first town, Kawit, via Cavitex. So these are the opportunities I listed. Exposing and opening up new markets for small players and local food and produce purveyors. Valorize local products and raise the profiles of artisan food producers, and calling it local is the new premium. Better food product means using better ingredients, and because there's such a demand for heirloom cuisine, artisan food producers will ask the farmers to plant better crops. And lastly, poverty alleviation and better quality of life in the most suitable manner. Okay, in the first project, we have Lasanang Republica, the Cavitex Food and Culture Tour. No? So roads and local infrastructure play a big role in promoting food tourism by connecting the cultural gastronomic community to the customers. So what I did, I got all these bloggers and influencers and food writers, and we got a bus from MOA and traversed the whole, like from MOA up to Kaibiyang Tunnel. And from there, we visited all the natural, historical, cultural, and gastronomic places in Cavite, in Cavite province. So it involved lunch. It involved not just lunch, but breakfast, merienda, lunch, merienda again, and dinner. And then we ended up in the Aguinaldo Shrine in Kawi. Okay, together with MPTC South, we organized as I said earlier, a 55-kilometer food tour from the Mall of Asia in Pasay via Cavitex to Kaibiyang Tunnel in Ternate, Cavite, passing through various cultural landmarks and the best food destinations the province had to offer. So the participants of the tour include celebrity chefs, cultural workers, friends from the media, bloggers, and influencers. The tour highlighted the accessibility of the cultural landmarks and food destination. That's why I was telling the local LGU that one of the missing element in promoting food is road and accessibility. So the second project is Viaje Feliz 2. No? So what we did was we brought the various purveyors, cultural groups, musicians, dancers, chefs, and students from the different parts of the province in one venue to celebrate the groundbreaking ceremony of Kala X with the Aguinaldo Shrine as the backdrop for the event. And then the third project, Lasanang Republica, the ultimate Caviteño food tour. This is the kickoff ceremony of the annual regional meeting of the Metro Pacific Tollways Corporation, where we stage a low carbon footprint cultural activity featuring heirloom recipes set in historically significant venue. The participants enjoyed traditional food prepared by local purveyors using ingredients gathered from within 20-kilometer radius. There were no plastic materials used. We observed strict zero waste policy, and only natural and recyclable products were used in the event. We also invited the local cultural community like the Magdalo Marching Band of Kawit, the folk dancers and students from the Cavite National High School Special Program for the Arts, and the Cavite El Viejo Heritage Tourism Association, the Kawit LGU, and the staff members of the Barangay Kaingen, where Aguinaldo Shrine is located. Okay, these are the strategies, no? As a cultural entrepreneur, one must learn how to encourage local producers and instilling confidence in them by explaining the importance of hyper-local food ecosystem. This is the core value of a sustainable cultural entrepreneurship. No? So you have, in the Venn diagram, you have the culinary tradition, nutrition and well-being, and sustainability. And then that's nature, culture, and science. And then from there, you can produce a hyper-local food system, which you can actually involve the local schools, history, the local tradition, tangible, intangible cultural assets, local knowledge, the various produce, the terroir, the agricultural farms, the topography, and the geography. So all of these things, all of these elements can produce a hyper-local food ecosystem, which is very, very important in a circular economy, meaning you don't have wastage. And aside from having a return of investment financially, you will also gain another form of return of investment. This is cultural dignity and social currency. Then another strategy is study the flora and fauna in the immediate community and identify the ingredients used in the traditional cuisine. So it is very important for a community, let's say whether you're in Cebu, you're in Marawi, in Cotabato, or in Palo Leyte, you must be aware of your local flora and fauna and identify them, interview the locals, interview your lolo or your lola or your favorite karinderya. So what sort of ingredients you use in your traditional cuisine. Then create a cultural food mapping activity and inventory of tangible and intangible cultural heritage in your community. List down the sources of ingredients, food production spaces, like farm, rivers, forests, fishing areas, public markets, ingredient processing centers, bakeries, carinderia, and restaurants. So this is like the food mapping I did years ago for in Kawit. I think this was in between 2015 and 2016. Another strategy is establish a cultural entrepreneurship program in your school and community and practice good activism by promoting stakeholder engagement and partnership. So who are these stakeholders? Stakeholder doesn't mean that just the investor, but in fact, it should be the entire community from the barangay level, from the grassroots level, from the fisherman to the tricycle driver, to the jeepney drivers, to the tenderas in the palenque. These are your stakeholders and they shouldn't be left out of the equation. Involve your local barangay and town mayor. Talk to them about the prestige and revenue that this kind of cultural activity will bring to the community. Laging tinatanong sa akin, laging sinasabi sa akin, nakakain ba ang kultura? Yun yung laging tanong, no? So mahirap talaga sagutin if that's the kind of question, no? But if you involve them and show them the value, the magic of the community, no, by involving the local schools and reminding them how rich and wonderful their local culture, because I believe there's so much business opportunities to be discovered there. Hindi mo na kailangang mag-ibang bayan, maging OFW to earn money, no? So in fact, you don't have to look out, like especially what the pandemic did to us, no? And there's so many business opportunities to be discovered at our own backyard. So so this is my last slide. All I want to say is eating local is a political act. So what you choose to eat will have a ripple effect, whether it will benefit the community, the local farmer, or the nation in general. So on that note, thank you so much for having me, and see you later at the Q&A portion. Maraming pong salamat.
Thank you, Mr. Ramos, for your very well-turned speech. The talk was very informative, right, partner?
Indeed, I have learned a lot from Mr. Ige Ramos talk. You know, ang tumatak sa akin from Mr. Ige is eating local is a political act. You know, what we eat affects our history and has an impact on the lives of everyone involved in the food industry. With the choices we make, we have the ability to influence the food system, and we must utilize this power wisely and efficiently.
Exactly, partner. He gave us a glimpse and ideas how these case studies are done professionally, the way on how he publicizes and promotes the culture and foods of our dear Filipinos is truly inspirational. Mr. Ige Ramos, you are what I and we aspire to be.
You know what, Carlos? I'm going to say this again and again. I do miss traveling so much. And one of the things that I look forward to when traveling is food. I know we can all agree that food is powerful. It has the power to shape our travel and leave great memories. Food is an essential part of life and the community. It is what defines us as individuals. There is no true travel experience without food. Speaking of food, nakakagutom tuloy. Also, Carlos, I have a question for you and to all our dear guests. Move on na tayo sa usapang food or pagkain, ha? When you visit a place, a province, or a country, do you go to old prominent churches?
Well, a friend of mine practices this when she goes to a destination with her family, given that the Philippines is a country influenced by Catholicism.
Right, that is the thing that most of us may do, since there are plenty of churches that are seen within the country. With that, Sir Eric would like to introduce our next speaker.
Thank you very much again to our hosts. And again, just to express my deep gratitude to my longtime friend, Ige. Thank you so much for enlightening us on your food activism and your cultural entrepreneurship. You had always been at it for the longest time, and we see that you have been able to theorize many of these works and activities that you've undertaken over the past years. We move on to the church side of our cultural tourism. Our speaker is a Tomasian graduate, priest of the Tagbilaran Diocese of Bohol, a canon lawyer by training. He is a judge of the diocese's first instance tribunal and chairs the Tagbilaran Diocese's Commission for the Cultural Heritage of the Church. He is currently the Executive Secretary of the CBCP, Episcopal Commission for the Cultural Heritage of the Church, the Assistant Secretary of the Apostolic Nunciature in the Philippines, Embassy of the Holy See, and he was the founding chair of the Bohol Arts and Cultural Heritage Council. Let's all listen and welcome the Executive Secretary of the CBCP ECCHC, Father Milanted Toralba.
Good morning. I would like to thank the NCCA PSEP in partnership with the UST, CCCPET, and the UST College of Tourism and Hospitality Management for this opportunity to share this reflection on church heritage and faith-based tourism in the context of this webinar, CulTour, Governance culture-based governance on tourism. And I have made a subtitle, introduced a subtitle to this topic, Torturing at Heritage Sites and Sacred Places, in remembrance of a friend of mine who would like to, when taking a tour, prefer to torture the participants, no? In going to the different heritage sites and also sacred places. And in this topic, we are going to look at the question, which is it really, whether we are doing a pilgrimage or doing tourism when we go to certain sites, be it a secular site or a religious site. And that is why sometimes faith-based tourism is convertible with the other phrasal terms: religious tourism, spiritual tourism, sacred tourism, or faith tourism, and then, of course, faith-based tourism. So going to a certain sacred place, as for instance, we would like to have a pilgrimage to the Holy Land. Of course, our purpose is to discover the sites where our Lord Jesus had been, had lived, and had made his miracles. But at the same time, we also would like to experience the culture. But included in the itinerary would be time for shopping, souvenirs that one can get from the Holy Land. Is that pilgrimage or is it tourism? So here we propose the question, which is it? Is it really pilgrimage, or is it really purely tourism, or is it faith-based tourism? In order to understand our reflection, we look at the talking points. So we go through them, we walk with them, with the talking points, and we discover four parts: introduction, some definitions, church heritage as tourism products or tour attractions of faith-based tourism, conceptual framework of faith-based tourism of the church, and finally we summarize those three parts into the fourth part, which is our summary. Of course, when we start with something, we always want to define, we set the terms, we set the reference point. And when we define, we put limit to our discussion. We will not define culture, we go directly to heritage. And we discover that etymologically, it comes from a combination of two Latin words, the adverb eri, yesterday, and the infinitive verb tangere, to touch. So it implies touching something of yesterday and touching that today and proposing that for the future. So it's touching something of the yesteryears so that you want to promote it to the next generation. The Getty Institute, Getty Museum in Los Angeles in California would like to define heritage in this way: whatever that has significance that you want to preserve or restore because of its value for you, in order to pass it on to the next generation. Whatever there means anything. It can be a cultural material, a cultural patrimony assembly. It can be a natural landscape, like an environment or of ecology that has significance, that has value for you. And that is the reason why you want to perpetuate it, you want to pass it on to the next generation. Let's look at the matrix when we recall our subjects in mathematics, especially in algebra and geometry. We come across the Cartesian coordinate system and we try to apply that in heritage studies. And we also discover the following in this Cartesian coordinate system: the y ordinate, the x abscissa, and the z vector. And when we recall the definition by the Getty Institute, we look at that word, whatever, because that was highlighted. So that is anything, anything that has significance that we value, that we want to preserve and promote to our future generation. when we look at the concept of whatever, that refers to the typologies of heritage. No? In general, there are two classifications: the natural, pertaining to the environment, and to the cultural, which would be the man-made heritage, which also is divided into the tangible and the intangible, where the tangible is further subdivided into the immovable and movable. When the definition speaks of the you, it's not the singular pronoun, but the pluralized you, which means to say it does not only refer to the individual, but you there being pluralized can also mean to a family, as in a family heirloom or family legacy, and graduates to the community, to the province, to the state, or to the nation, and in fact, to the world. The value, which is here signified by the x abscissa in our coordinate system, refers to the value that the person or persons put in place, no, in the item or cultural material that has significance. Having said that, we can visualize the cultural heritage of the church as an overlapping of the elements of culture and heritage. So we discover in the Venn diagram on the left circle the sum totality of what constitutes culture and impacts on heritage, which is our circle on the right. And we also observe that in the universe of heritage, there we find the natural and cultural classification of heritage with the tangible and the intangible, further, the immovable and the movable aspects of heritage. In between them, in the overlap or interlock of the culture and heritage, we find the cultural heritage. Sometimes heritage in this new proposal, we look at tourism, pilgrimage, and faith-based tourism. And why we need to understand these concepts, it is because sometimes we confuse what faith-based tourism is all about. That it is derivative of tourism as an activity and pilgrimage, no? Also as an activity, where tourism in the general definition would mean activities for the purpose of leisure, business, and other pursuits. No? Traveling to other places, no? Within a year, not more than a year, we find that pilgrimage is also a travel or a journey, but specifically to a shrine or to a sacred site or to other locations of importance to a person's belief or faith, to search for moral or spiritual significance. And the objective of pilgrimage is really leading a person to a personal transformation. And in this way, there is a marked difference between doing tourism and doing pilgrimage. But the marriage, so called, of tourism and pilgrimage will give us faith based tourism. And the prime motivation for faith based tourism is really experiencing religious activities or the products that they induce, such as art, culture, traditions, religious practices, architecture, music, food, festivals, and such like. Now, we take this observation that sometimes there are non religious individuals who go on travel to certain sites, no? And they visit these sites, sacred sites or shrines, not because they are religious, they want to experience the spiritual, but because the site has historical significance, that site has architectural significance, or it has political significance to a people, and we want to learn what is there in that sacred site that makes the site or the sacred place itself significant. So we say that faith-based tourism is derivative of tourism and pilgrimage as activities. Now we recall that faith-based tourism is a term that is convertible. or interchangeable with sacred tourism, spiritual tourism, cultural tourism, heritage tourism, or cultural heritage tourism. And that is why when we look at heritage tourism as a definition and also as an activity, we discover its affinity with faith-based tourism. So faith-based tourism is also sometimes referred to as heritage tourism, and we believe that this is the closest affinity there is among the different types of tourism activities, because heritage tourism involves an immersion into the natural history, the human heritage, the religion or belief, and their expressions of a certain target population or target people. And this also involves devotions or religious practices. So we look at the different types of tourism that are associated with cultural heritage: arts tourism, cultural tourism, educational tourism, events tourism, festival tourism, and heritage tourism. And when we try to visualize this by a graph, this is what we discover: that cultural heritage of the church could be associated with arts tourism, heritage tourism, and so forth and so on. In this graph illustration, we find highlighted faith-based tourism, and we also observe the broken lines, and that signifies the interrelationship of these different types of tourism that are associated with the cultural heritage of the church. The non-broken lines, the straight lines, would indicate for us that they have direct relations with the cultural heritage of the church. And so we have gone through the introduction, heritage, its matrix and sum totality, tourism plus pilgrimage equals faith-based tourism. And we come now to the second part: church heritage as tourism products or tour attractions of faith-based tourism. Well, we have been asked, how did this come about? How did faith-based tourism come about? We would take note in history of this supposedly a monk or a sister or a nun named Egeria, sometimes Aetheria, who made a pilgrimage, religious tourism to the different sites in the Holy Land. When we speak of the Holy Land, we not only refer to Jerusalem in Israel, Jordan, or Egypt, but also refers to Turkey and even to Saudi Arabia, where we believe, as far as biblical archaeology is concerned, would have been the origin of Abraham. And so with Egeria, we discover through her writings the itinerary that she had to these places, especially to the 3 years that she spent in Jerusalem. And the Holy Week celebrations that we have now um, is an expression, is a description really of what Egeria witnessed and participated in during the Holy Week that she stayed in Jerusalem. So things that we have practiced in our Holy Week today would find their reflection or mirroring in the writing of Egeria. Egeria was writing to her circle of women, back home, and her writing, which was discovered quite recently, although incomplete, is titled Itinerarium Egeriae, the itinerary of Egeria, or sometimes known as Peregrinatio ad loca sancta, pilgrimage to the Holy Land. And so by means of this historicity, the church comes to the thinking that perhaps there is really a pastoral work that can be done, on tourism, not only religious or faith-based tourism, but tourism in general. So we ask that question: does the church, we refer to the Roman Catholic Church here, does the church say anything about tourism? No? In the present context and in our present times, we would say that there are important documents emanating from the Holy See. And we identify them here, only the most significant that we have, the following. The Directorium Generale pro Ministerio Pastorale quo ad Turismum. This is Latin for General Directory for the Pastoral Ministry to Tourism. And this directory is titled Peregrinans in Terra, meaning pilgrims or doing pilgrimage in Terra, in the Holy Land. And this was issued by the then Sacred Congregation for the Clergy. The congregation here does not refer to a religious congregation or to a religious order. The congregation here refers to a department or dicastery in the Roman Curia of the Holy See. And this particular document, Peregrinans in Terra, was issued in 1969 and was followed by another document, this time from the Pontifical Council for the Pastoral Care of Migrants and Itinerant Peoples. And this is one of the dicasteries or departments in the Roman Curia of the Holy See. And this is titled in Italian, Orientamenti per la Pastorale del Turismo, meaning guidelines for the pastoral care of tourism. And this was issued in June of 2001. And of course, every year, the Holy Father comes out with a message for the World Tourism Day. And other than that, the Holy See has a permanent observer mission to the United Nations World Tourism Organization. In general, the pastoral care of the church to tourism involves spiritual assistance. No? And the subject of this spiritual assistance and pastoral care would be everyone in the tourism and hospitality industry, the tour guides, the even, of course, the tourists, the travelers, the travel operators, service providers, hoteliers, professional organizations, travel associations, and everyone and anyone who is engaged in tourism. And here, this is a very important statement from the Holy Father, Pope St. John Paul II, from his Motu Proprio Apostolic Letter in the Pontificatus Nostri, which was issued in March of 1993, because here begins the description of the cultural heritage of the church. No? At least its classification. The Holy Father, Pope St. John Paul II, said, indeed, by its very nature, faith tends to express itself in artistic forms and historical testimony, having an intrinsic evangelizing power and cultural value to which the church is called to pay the greatest attention. Notice the words that are bold, made bold, and also underlined: artistic forms and historical testimony, because later on they would constitute the first two typologies of the cultural heritage of the church. 2 years after, the Holy Father expanded the classification of the cultural heritage of the church, that aside from the artistic patrimony of painting, sculpture, architecture, mosaic, and music, and also books and historical archives, he has also included literary, theatrical, cinematographic works that were produced by the mass media as pertaining to the third typology of the cultural heritage of the church. So when we parse the statements of the Holy Father, we derive this simple classification. The first typology would refer to the, as we mentioned, painting, sculpture, architecture, mosaic, music, museum, with sacred liturgy as its vertex. The second typology refers to books and archives with church history and historiography as its vertex, while the third typology refers to literature, theater, and cinema with the media of mass communication as its vertex. So let's visualize those classification this way. This is this would be, of course, painting, sculpture, music, architecture, painting, and here this is the interior of a church that would involve not only architecture but also painting and sculpture. Some further examples: architecture, sculpture, painting, sculpture, architecture, painting, and also painting and architecture. For the second typology, these would be our examples, books one could find in the parish, specifically canonical records. These are cantorales, and these are rare books, no, from one can find in the UST library. This is an archives. When we refer to archives, we not only mean the institution but also the archival materials therein. And this is a page of a cantoral, this one, and then also an old photograph of a bishop. So these pertain to church history and historiography. The third typology of the cultural heritage of the church would be literature, theater, and cinema. And here we discover, when we visualize what the third typology constitutes, would be, as for instance, the play Moro Moro, Cenaculo. The Passion of the Christ is cinema, but also there is the Passion of the Christ in music. And then cinema, the Ten Commandments, Graham Greene's novel, The Power and the Glory, which was adapted into film. Likewise of Morris West's The Shoes of the Fisherman, which was adapted into film with Anthony Quinn as one of the leading actors. Smaller and Smaller Circles is a Philippine novel, and this was adapted into film. This would be a screenshot of the film adaptation of the novel Smaller and Smaller Circle. Now, there is really no intangible cultural heritage of the church as the church defines it to be. But when we consider the UNESCO Convention for the Safeguarding of the Intangible Cultural Heritage, we discover that somehow when they are applied to certain aspects of church worship, no, or sacred liturgy, there is an interplay of the elements of the UNESCO definition of intangible cultural heritage with that target worship practice or sacred liturgy practices. So when the UNESCO defined it in this way, it doesn't only mean the practices, but also representations and expressions. Not only the instruments and objects and artifacts, but also the oral traditions, the expressions, the performing arts, the rituals, the social practices, knowledge, and traditional craftsmanship. So when we adapt, if the church adapts it, we match the UNESCO definition of the intangible cultural heritage, and we try to apply that or appropriate that to the church. And we come to a discovery that somehow there is an interrelationship of this intangible cultural heritage and what the church considers as the pia exercitia. The pia exercitia would simply refer to the pious exercises or to the popular devotions or to the popular piety or popular religiosity. So pious exercises, devotions, and popular piety would refer to the prayers, to the hymns, to the medals, the miraculous medals, to the medal of the Sacred Heart, or to the cultic expressions, no, to the novenas, to the forms, no, to the different external practices that one finds, no, in divine worship and the sacred liturgy. Because, as we said, when we look at the definition, the UNESCO definition of the intangible cultural heritage, somehow they are related. We look at the universe of the intangible cultural heritage, and this is what we discover. There is a relationship, not only by affinity, but also by concepts of the church's pia exercitia, referring to pious exercises, popular piety, popular devotion, and UNESCO's definition of the intangible cultural heritage. And that is why we say that the pia exercitia would be the presumptive or putative intangible cultural heritage of the church. Why? presumptive or putative. And the reason for that is because the church has not definitively defined, makes a statement about what constitutes its intangible cultural heritage. So let's look at some of these pious exercises and popular devotions, such as the Visita Iglesia, the Traslación, or the festivities leading to the celebration of the Poong Nazareno in Quiapo, the Santo Niño, Sinulog, the Simbang Gabi, the Santa Cruzan, and then what we in the Visayas and Mindanao call Hugos or Encuentro or Salubong, and then the Moriones, and then the Subli of Batangas, the Sinaculo of Bulacan, the Panunuluyan, the Holy Week celebrations, remember the Monk Egeria, and then the Palaspas during the Domingo de Ramos, not only the practices but also the skills involved in making the palaspas. And here in my home province, in one church, just in one church, the so-called padagan sa kometa, which means the running of the comet on Christmas Eve, and then the dagit sa mga bituon. Dagit sa mga bituon meaning that the different stars are hauled to a particular location in the church. The Flores de Mayo, the Pabasa, and then the Penitencia of Pampanga, the making of Belen, the making of the Parol, and then of course the language of the bells. No? This is an oral or auricular heritage, no, of the church involving bells. Now, when we speak of the language of the bells, there are different ways of ringing different bells, no? For the oración, for the de anima, for the angelus, whether this person who died is male or female, married or unmarried, no? etc. So there is a specific language for the bells, the way bells are being rung. And for skills in wood carving, and then the San Isidro festivities in Quezon, the Ubando fertility rites in Bulacan, and then of course the Last Supper of the Apostles that happens in every parish every Holy Monday, Thursday. So let's look at the universe of culture and heritage, the cultural heritage of the church. And this is all, of course, that we have as we visualize what the cultural heritage of the church mean, the tangible and also the presumptively intangible. So we've finished with the second part, church heritage as tourism products or tour attractions of faith-based tourism. What do we mean by the second part? Let's look at the third part. Now, every tourism student or practitioner of tourism would know from different authors in tourism and in the hospitality business or industry that there are 6 A's, 6 components of faith of tourism in general. But here we specify this as faith-based tourism. First will be the attractions, the activities, the amenities, accessibility, accommodation, and affordability. Attraction really is the come on of tourism. And when we speak of attraction, we would like to propose that it should be heritage-based, meaning to say it's natural heritage and cultural heritage-based tourism. So the tourism that we have to be sustainable would be heritage-based. So this is the most important, for me, most important aspect in the components of faith-based tourism. That is why when we look at this very simple equation, attraction plus facilities plus activities will give us the tourism product. What is the tourism product? The tourism product encapsulates the overall tourism experience, the overall faith-based tourism experience. Now, for the church, faith-based tourism is a vehicle for catechesis and evangelization. Other than that, it is also a convergence point for intercultural and interreligious dialogue. Remember our observation. We said that travelers going to different sacred sites, no, or sacred places, religious places, may not always be religious or spiritual. They may be non-religious. Most of them are non-spiritual, but they go there for the significance of the place, to learn the significance of the place, because the place, the sacred space, may have architectural, may have historical, may have cultural significance or value. So once again, the attraction can be the site, it can also be the event, no? Plus facilities and activities which will be provided by tourism players would give us the complete tourism product, the unique tourism, overall unique tourism experience. In determining the tourism product, we take on these two concepts. First, the statement of significance, and second, of course, this is well known among tourism practitioners, the unique selling point. The statement of significance, or SOS, will give us the significance or the value of the place, of the cultural material, or of the cultural property. It indicates the worth of the place as the major consideration for all tourism activities. The statement of significance informs the unique selling point. Well, the unique selling point, as tourism practitioners would know, is truly the unique quality, which is the main selling point of a tourism product. And that is why when we want to sell a site or a place, one must identify what is unique in that particular place or particular site. Sometimes it squares off with the significance of the place, because here the unique selling point must inspire the statement of significance. In the unique selling point, we look at the demand of the market. We highlight this unique selling point because this enhances the marketability of the sacred site or heritage place. So as a way of encapsulating what we have mentioned in the first and second part, we say that the tour attractions that church can offer to tourists, travelers, and visitors are its historic and heritage churches, its conventos, no? Except of course peering into the priest's chamber, the watchtowers, the ecclesiastical museums of sacred art, fiestas, of course, sacred music, especially if you have historic organs, you can do concerts, as for instance in Las Piñas, or you can do sacred art exhibits, and then Catholic liturgical rites, as for instance the Holy Mass. No? The Holy Mass becomes an attraction. No? So people go to church. No? They want to go to church. They want to always be online in a particular mass because they like the homily, they like the singing, they like the liturgical music, and there is cadence in the celebration of the liturgy. So that becomes an attraction itself. No? So the Holy Mass once, if it is celebrated well, becomes very catechetical, and it becomes in itself an attraction. And of course, included here would be liturgical blessings of travelers in the context of pilgrimages or tours. Added to this would be religious plays, performances, cinematic features, and such like. So these are, as it were, the tour attraction. In other words, the faith-based tourism products of the church are based on those three typologies of the cultural heritage of the church that we have enumerated a number of slides beforehand. And if we recall, those three typologies encompass architecture, sculpture, music, museum objects, paintings, archives, dance, drama, theater, and literature, including its putative, presumptive, intangible cultural heritage, that is the pious exercises and popular devotions. We've gone through the first, the second, and the third parts, and so now we conclude by way of a summary. And we focus on the Venn diagram once again, this Trinitarian Venn diagram, very familiar to those who studied the Boolean logic. We come across the interlocking aspects of heritage, tourism, and pilgrimage constructs or concepts, and we derive the complete faith-based tourism experience. As we said, this will be our tourism product. So when we look at this Venn diagram, we discover that faith-based tourism is really derivative of the interplay of tourism activity as travel for business, for pleasure, or other pursuits, of pilgrimage, which is really a journey, a transient journey to a sacred site for the purpose of personal transformation, but also in regard to the construct called faith-based tourism, which in which case the motive there is to experience religious sentiments, and also to induce the product of a religious experience in the arts or in the tradition or in the practices of the people. Now, what can the church offer to faith-based tourism? The church offers a Christian vision of tourism, which is hospitality. And we derive that from at least two biblical passages. Now, there are many biblical passages referring to hospitality, and we only focus on two from the New Testament. From the Gospel according to Matthew, when Jesus himself uttered these words, "I was a stranger and you made me welcome." And second, from Paul's letter to the Romans, "Therefore, welcome one another as Christ welcomed you for the glory of God." And in all things, the connecting line that links the artistic, cultural processes of Christian inspiration and faith itself is the reference to Christ. When we do faith-based tourism, we always must refer to this one singular person, the person of the Lord Jesus Christ, to God Himself, because nothing can happen without a blessing of Almighty God. Jesus is the culmen, the culmination, et fons, the foundation of all heritage of the church and of all faith-based tourism activities. Daghan jamong salamat.
Thank you so much, Father Milan, for sharing with us and giving us more knowledge on church heritage.
In time, we will be allowed once again to practice our faith inside the churches without restrictions. But for now, let us be safe inside our homes.
Now, are you ready for our last speaker for today? At this juncture, let us allow Associate Professor Eric B. Zerudo to welcome the last speaker for today's event.
Okay, as we wrap up for our first day episode, allow me to thank Father Ted for sharing a very comprehensive explanation, philosophical side of it, up to the practical side of our faith-based tourism. But we will now listen to the president of the Association of Tourism Officers of the Philippines, the national president, but take note that he is also a very active practitioner in terms of tourism education and tourism programming. He used to be the provincial tourism officer of Pampanga, and currently he is the municipal tourism officer of Mabalacat City. Let us all welcome Mr. Arwin Paul Lingap.
Good morning. Thank you, Professor Eric, for the kind introduction. And I would like to take this opportunity first to say our gratitude from the Association of Tourism Officers of the Philippines, ATOP, National Board and its members, of course, to National Commission for Culture and the Arts, especially in this program presented by Dr. Sani Cristobal, and to UST CCC Sir Eric Cerudo, for coming up with this conference on culture-based governance on tourism. So I would just like to share to you for today what would be our roles, no? Because it's always this thing na sino at ano ba talaga dapat ang isang tourism officer? Tapos, or may cultural officer ba? Or sino ba talaga ang cultural officer at tourism officer? Ano ba talaga ang ginagawa ni tourism officer at ni cultural officer? We will just go on with what the law or the document says, especially on our roles, no? Very effective. What should be our effective roles as tourism officers and cultural officers in each and every LGU that we have. So this is just a sharing, so kwentuhan of our roles, and I'm thankful also for the presence of all the tourism officers here na close to 500, no, na nandito sa ating forum, and then also to all those speakers na kanina na napakadaming mga insights na na-share nila sa atin, so na makakatulong so para makita natin saan yung mga gap, no, ng pagiging isang tourism officer, isang pagiging cultural officer. So if you're going to look at it on my slides about the Republic Act 9593, so there is this certain section 3 in the objective, no? By the way, we all know what is Republic Act 9593. This is a tourism act, no? Makikita dito, you will see that encourage activities and programs which promote tourism awareness, preserve the country's diverse cultures and heritage, and instill a sense of history and a culture of tourism among the youth and the populace. So if we're going to look at it, makikita din natin dun sa letter I dito is develop responsible tourism as a strategy for environmentally sound and community participatory tourism programs, and listing the participation of local communities, including indigenous peoples, in conserving biophysical and cultural diversity, promoting environmental understanding and education, providing assistance in the determination of ecotourism sites, and ensuring full enjoyment of the benefits of tourism by the concerned communities. So if you're going to look at it, if we are talking about tourism, tourism encompasses everything, no? And at the same time, we all know that tourism is a private stakeholder-driven industry. Malaki ang participation ng ating mga stakeholders in coming up with everything about tourism. So it seems with this definition, with this objective, that the 9593 tells us, so parang everything and anything under the sun falls on tourism. So kung anong ginagawa ng tao, anong gagawin ng tao, para saan ang gagawin ng tao, it becomes tourism. It's just really a matter of looking into it kung paano mo gagawin ang iyong kwento or yung storytelling mo. And then looking on the next definition of the Republic Act 9593 about the role of the local government, no? This would be on the section 41 on the local government capabilities enhancement. Sino-sino ba yung may mga role dito? So on the next on the next presentation, you will see on section 41, so the department shall develop, support, and training programs to enhance the capability of LGUs. So we have a very important role, LGUs tayo, no? Because as we all know, that the Department of Tourism or the whole department is just until the regional offices. Even on the provincial offices, wala sila. Not like any other national agencies of the government. And most of the attached agencies na nakita natin na pinakilala kanina, na mostly national agencies, Yung mga iba doon, wala din silang mga regional offices like the NCCA, the National Museum, the National Archives. So wala sila din the Tourism Promotions Board, wala rin yan mga regional offices. So with the department has a regional offices, kumusta naman paano yung magiging provincial, no? Offices, not like any other departments na meron tayo in the national agencies. That is why the role of the LGUs is very important. And how can the whole department can be of help? Kasi sabi dito, no, training programs to all LGUs. So, to administer tourism activities, enforce tourism laws, rules, and regulations in their respective jurisdiction. We all know the local government code. So, ang Bible natin ito sa LGU. So, we know that each and every LGU is independent from each other. So, with this LGU code, Republic Act 9593, how can it be of help to us as tourism officers, cultural officers, na yung mga gaps and lapses natin in terms of coming up with a good tourism program? Saan ba tayo papasok? Sino-sino ba yung mga agencies ng government na pwede nating makatulong, pwede nating maging partner, pwede nating maging kakampi pagdating sa pagde-develop ng mga tourism programs in our respective LGUs. And of course, in the section 42 that talks about the tourism officers, every province, city, or municipality in which tourism is significant industry shall have a permanent position for a tourism officer. Medyo dito lang tayo nagkaka-problem at this point in time because of the word significant. But looking back again dun sa objectives na pinakita ng Republic Act 9593, if our LGUs sees that everything under the sun falls into tourism, ibig sabihin, tourism is really significant in each and every LGU na meron po tayo. So that is that thing I think really sum up of our basic role, no, as tourism officer. So meron pa tayong ibang role as tourism officer with another basis sa ating Republic Act ay yung tinatawag nating Seal of Good Local Governance. So we all know about this SGLG kasi kung makikita natin on the next slide is we talk about the Seal of Good Local Governance. The Seal of Good Local Governance states in letter I, conserving local culture and heritage and fostering their value and significance for tourism opportunity. We already know that SGLG now is all in. Wala nang 3+1, 4+2 or whatsoever. Everything is all in. So meaning everything in the SGLG is significant. It's important. So nakikita natin may role pala tayo, no, sa local governance pagdating sa SGLG. And then nakikita natin nagtatouch dito yung local culture and heritage. That would be our key, no, for tourism opportunity. Bakit kaya? So nakikita ba natin or nakikita ba ng LGU natin the importance of culture pagdating sa tourism industry natin? Or yung mga tourism activities ba natin? Tourism programs ba natin? Mga tourism tourism planning and development, no? Nai-include ba natin dito? Or ginagamit ba natin ang culture natin as our basis on all of these things? So looking on the next slide, on the assessment criteria, no? So makikita natin for tourism, heritage, development, culture, and arts. So napakalawak ng kanyang terminology, no? So nakikita ba natin ang malaking gap ng isang tourism officer dito or cultural officer dito. Especially, babalik tayo kung titignan natin, i-review natin yung ating objective, no? Na dapat we will be equipped, no, as workers in the LGU, no? So tingnan natin yung 9.1, no, on the tourism development, no? So there should be a tourism development, there should be a tourism plan, no? And then on 9.2, the cultural heritage promotion and conservation. Ang dami rin nating dapat gawin in terms of culture and heritage, no? So as a whole, nagahalo or pinagsasama ang tourism and culture. So nagkakaroon ng tinatawag nating tourism officer, cultural officer. Ang tanong, paano mo ba madi-differentiate ang isang tourism officer sa isang cultural officer? Pwede bang ang tourism officer at the same time cultural officer din? Would it be the same also, vice versa, ng ang cultural officer, tourism officer din? Or you need to be separate? Paano? Saan tayo? Saan tayo papasok pagdating sa hinihingi ng SGLG sa atin at hinihingi din ng 9593 sa atin? So kung titignan natin, ano yung pinaka-basic role of a tourism officer on the next slide? So, tourism officer is the one responsible for developing and promoting tourism campaigns, products, services, and facilities with the aim of attracting visitors and generating and increasing revenue for a particular region, city, or municipality. So dapat pala, pag isang tourism officer, it's always a peso sign, no? So, maraming mga audience kasama natin dito sa forum, mga tourism officers. Alam ko kung saan yung mga pinaghuhugutan natin. Alam ko din at alam din natin ano yung nararamdaman natin being tourism officer, no? Or you were assigned as tourism officer, or you were appointed, you are not permanent, so malaki pala ang isang role ng pagiging tourism officer. Hindi lang pala siya natatapos sa isang pag-organize ng event, pag-organize ng kampanya, pag-organize ng activity, no? Because the main responsibility of a tourism officer is to develop and promote tourism campaigns, no? Leading to income generating or increasing revenue, no? ng isang LGU natin. So meaning, kung titignan natin, no? On the next slide, on the details, no, on some of the details of the tourism officer. Hindi lang actually ito, no? Hindi lang actually ito ang pwedeng maging role ng isang tourism officer. If we will go back again to the definition dun sa 9593, if everything under the sun is tourism, so marami tayong dapat magawa at marami palang magiging role ng isang tourism officer sa isang LGU. And considering that each tourism officer in each LGU, tapos ang isang LGU pa ay independent from any other LGU, no? So, ito yung mga different roles, no, in general, no? Because one LGU is unique from another LGU. We can have common denominators, but of course, no, meron tayong specific significant character or role as tourism officer or cultural officer in each and every respective LGU. So, alam na natin ito halos, no? So, if kayo being tourism officer na naiiba or whatsoever, so let's always go back with what the 9593 says on the role of a tourism officer. And then, of course, what is the role of a cultural affairs officer? So, on the next slide that we have the cultural affairs officers, it states that responsible for spreading knowledge and participation about a municipality or region's cultural affairs, attractions, and activities. They are known for collaborating with other cities or regional departments and other businesses and agencies related or in line with the Office of the Cultural Affairs, programs, and success. So, titignan natin what best thing that we can promote in tourism would only be our culture. So, kung alam natin kung ano yung kultura natin, kung alam natin kung sino ba tayo, kung alam natin ano ang identity natin, madali nating malaman ano ang kailangan nating ibenta, ano ang kailangan nating ikwento, no? Ano ang kailangan nating pagkakitaan. Doon pumapasok yung tourism officer. So, I hope we are thinking, being enlightened, no? With what are the gaps of a tourism officer, a cultural officers, with what we are doing right now in our respective LGUs. So some of the details of the roles of a cultural officers would be as such in the next slide that we can see. So meron ding programs and services, no? So ano ba? Kasi minsan, no? Like for example, just for the sake of creating a peso sign or a revenue, we are trying to create mga artificial festivals, artificial activities that really doesn't reflect our culture, that really doesn't concern, no? Or minsan hindi rin tayo nagiging sensitive, no? Because we are really after, no? We are really after the peso sign that we know. So with the speakers that we have heard this morning, with entire morning, nakikita ano ba talaga, saan ba tayo, at ano ba ang gagawin para yung mga gap na nakikita natin as tourism officer, gap between a tourism officer and a cultural officer, and a cultural officer between a tourism officer. Because this is really our main objective on all of these things that we are doing right now. And we really thank the support of NCCA, no, when we had an audience with the executive director, Sir Al Ryan Alejandre, with the ATOP board, for giving us this opportunity, this conference, so that we can properly address the gap, no, the missing gap of a tourism officer, of a cultural officer. How can a tourism officer and a cultural officer existing in each and every LGU will be equipped so that there would be a proper knowledge, no, proper significant roles of each of us, no, para ma-achieve natin yung objective natin, para ma-achieve natin kung anong hinihingi nung 95-93, kung anong hinihingi rin ng SGLG natin. So, we have supporters, no, on all of these things, no. We think on the Senate, the bill that Senator Nancy Binay proposed, no, of a permanent tourism officer. So we hope, because it was transferred already to the Committee on Local Governance, our compromise proposal on the creation of a permanent position of a tourism officer in each and every LGU, at least one permanent position, no, depending on the capability on the PS cap of every LGU. So this is already in its TWG, that we don't know yet, no, how far this bill will go, no, in the Senate. And we think also, no, kinounterpart siya ng ating friend, no, kaibigan na congressman from the Lone District of Binyan City. So We think on the next slide, the House Bill number 10257. So ito, we thank Congresswoman Len, no? Because culture and tourism, no, are two key drivers for economic growth. We know that. And even before pandemic, malaki ang contribution sa GDP ng tourism. Alam lahat natin 'yan. So, the House Bill 10257, no, by Representative Marlene Alonte, na to have a permanent tourism and cultural affairs officer in each and every LGU. I am asking and appealing to all of you tourism officers present right now in this conference. If you happen na close kayo or kaibigan ninyo ang inyong mga congressman or representative sa inyong mga district, go and tell them, ask their support to file a same bill that this bill of Deputy Speaker of the Lone District of Binyan filed, no, House Bill 10257. Ask them to file the same bill para makikita there is a big appeal in the whole Philippines regarding the creation, no, of a permanent tourism and cultural affairs officer. Right at this moment, this is really our a little compromise appeal that we hope that creating a tourism officer permanent in each and LGU, no, would also mean creating a permanent cultural affairs officer. So that is why looking into it right now, most of the LGUs right now really do not have their respective cultural affairs officer. Lahat ng mga tumatayong cultural affairs officer ngayon ay mga tourism officers. Either they are job order, designate, permanent, or whatsoever. Sila halos ang tumatayong cultural officers. So, minsan, nagkakaroon ng either gap or minsan overlapping or what. But looking into the talk of the speakers a while ago, hindi pala dapat mag-overlap ang tourism officer at cultural affairs officer. Dapat pala silang magsama, no? Para mas maging makabuluhan ang isang tourism development or tourism program ng isang LGU, no? So, kung maa-address natin yung mga gaps, no? Maa-address din natin yung mga problems that we are encountering right now, especially to the local tourism officers, no? Paano 'yon? How can we be equipped of being a tourism officer or a cultural officer? So, with this conference, we hope that after this is not the first and the last, no? And we hope also with the NCCA in partnership with ATOP, this is not also the first and the last conference that we will go through, no? So, makikita natin, ma-address natin that in the next succeeding months, magkakaroon na tayo ng mga detailed na program partnership with the National Commission for Culture and the Arts in terms of how a tourism officer will be equipped as a cultural affairs officer. And we hope that this conference will really meet its objective with a series of, we still have 2 days, no, on the workshop that we will see, there will be a presentation of the best practices of some LGUs, because some LGUs already have their permanent tourism officers, permanent cultural affairs officers, or permanent tourism and cultural affairs officers that they will going to share with us. They will going to share also their best practices so that we know how these programs that we can adopt, no, for our respective LGU. So this is my sharing with you on how we can help address, no, the gaps between tourism officer and the cultural affairs officer, with the help of our association, the Association of the Tourism Officers of the Philippines. I hope in our own little way, we have addressed this kind of problem that can be of help, no, to all of us, to NCCA, to UST. Maraming salamat po at magandang umaga.
Thank you so much, Mr. Arwin Paulingat, for your very compelling talk. I hope our tourism and cultural officers were able to learn from you. To Mr. Lingat, please stay with us for the Q&A session.
As for this moment, may we call on Mr. Victor Torres, Mr. Guy Ramos, Father Ted Toralba, and Mr. Arwin Lingat to accommodate the questions from our guests. And may we also call on Associate Professor Eric B. Zerudo to facilitate the Q&A portion. The floor is now open to questions to our guests. Please send your queries using our chat box. Demonstrate respect when asking and refrain from using obscene words. Thank you.
Okay, maraming salamat po. That was quite a heavy session, no? The second part of our morning episode. So we are very glad that all our speakers are present with us. And I will address immediately kasi the last speaker medyo napuno ang ating chat box nung kwentuhan about tourism officer and cultural officers. First question, we have something for Sir Ige. Ige, they were quite impressed by your very siguro engaging programs, the ones that you did in Cavite. They were asking, ito nabasa ko sa chat box, what were the challenges that you encountered when you were embarking on the food activism and cultural entrepreneurship, no, in that part of your locality?
Yeah, although maraming challenges, no, if you are actually working for a let's say a government institution, kasi marami kang sinusunod na mandato. But as a private cultural entrepreneur, hindi masyadong mahirap. Dahil nga, I'm operating independently, and then at the same time, I befriended everybody, no, from the barangay and the city hall. And let's say, for instance, when I'm doing my food and culture tour in Cavite, it includes the palengke. And of course, like before you actually go to a market and take pictures, you have to ask permission from the city hall, no, from the market administrator. So yun lang naman yung mga challenges, but if the LGU sees the value of your work and then the value of what you're doing, tapos makikita nila yung plan mo, like yung cultural plan, what you intend to do in the community, and what are the benefits, normally they would say yes. So yun lang, no? So basically it's respect to the community, tapos at the same time who will benefit from this program. And one of the fantastic things that happened to me, no, like when I was like president of the Culinary Historians Association of the Philippines, I organized a palengke tour of Cavite. And it's very, very interesting because very few people knew about the palengke. And then our palengke is very clean, very nice, well organized. Tapos, hindi sila nagpa-presyo ng mahal pag nakita na ng ibang tao. So for 2 hours, each participant actually meron akong 25 participants in the tour, no? So they shop there for 2 hours, and each person has bought an average of 4,000 pesos. So times 25, that's 100,000 pesos. Went to the local community, went to the market, and then, of course, like the market administrator, since the time when I have a tour of the Palenque, I don't have to ask permit anymore because, you know, I bring in all these shoppers and then explain to them the context of food, where it comes from, the flora and fauna, tapos yung historical significance ng mga pagkain, like connecting it to the different what do you call this, different historical periods. Let's say, for instance, the galleon trade influence. So maraming narrative kahit dun lang sa isang simpleng palengke. So the challenges, not so much. It's really presenting to the people, to the stakeholders, what the benefits are, and showing the guests what you can offer them that you cannot find in other places. So yun, no? Merong laging unique selling proposition and narrative. There.
Thank you, Ige. No? So regards to your organization, we'd like now to give a question to Father Ted. Maybe request some of our participants to turn off, you know, your mobiles. Feedback po. Father Ted, there are two related questions here. Is galing po sa Balayan, Batangas, is pilgrimage faith-based tourism related to Catholic faith only? Can't there be anything like an interfaith pilgrimage tourism? Sige, let's listen to Father Ted. Short lang because you took up many of our minutes.
I think it is possible to have an interfaith religious pilgrimage or faith-based tourism. But in the context of the Philippines, it has not yet been started. It has not been introduced. So probably a time would come when there would be a program in regard to having an interfaith, intercultural pilgrimage tourism.
Yes, I think it's only now that we're trying to put some form, some order in many of our faith tourism experiences. No, not many provinces would really embark on this. No, because there has to be a very, very close coordination, collaboration with our church officials. Maraming tanong related to tourism officer, cultural officers. And there is one here. If you will attend tomorrow's module, all of those will be related to you. Kaya nga, isa na lang itatanong ko kay Sir Arwin. Sir Arwin, they would like to be enlightened. Can you share some details on the effects of the Mandanas Law, the Mandanas Garcia Law in our respective local and tourism offices? Yes, please.
Actually po, right now, based on our experience on our LGU, definitely there is an effect in terms of budget. But again, this will really be dependent on the priorities of your LGU and local chief executive, no? Meron mada-download na responsibility sa atin in terms of tourism related, no? So, very particular kasi dyan, to all of us LGU, especially for city and municipality, malaking bagay at role natin yan, yung mga tourism enterprises natin. Kasi lahat ng mga tourism enterprises, destinations and all, nahuhulog yan sa mga respective LGUs. Kasi dyan sila kumuha ng business permit, licensing and all. Ang accreditation nasa DOT. So, kaya yun yung malaking role niyan at importance ng nakikita ko right now kasi yun lang yung nakabanggit muna na napaka-general pa. No details on specific, no? Kasi even ang mga League of Cities, kasi my mayor was tasked by the League of Cities to come up, no, ano ba talaga yung magiging role ng mga LGUs sa mga na-download na mga responsibilities from national agencies, including yung mga budgetary requirements. So kung titignan natin, palagay ko right now, hindi naman sa hindi priority ang tourism, pero bago pumunta dun sa tourism aspect, marami mo nang ipina-priority, either infrastructure, sa health, no, mga different services. Pero definitely, ang nakikita ko based on the general ay ano ang magiging role natin sa mga tourism enterprises natin, mga destinations natin. Dito na pumapasok ang role natin in terms of implementation of law, implementation of ano ba yung accreditation ng DOT, no? Dito pumapasok. May nakita ko very particular kanina, Sir Eric. Sir Eric, yung ano daw ba yung qualification standard ng isang tourism officer, no? Meron ng basis diyan, You can download it, Memo Circular number 4, series of 2018 by the Civil Service Commission. And this is just my little note, no? My little note. Sa lahat ng mga tourism officers ngayon na nagtatrabaho sa mga LGU na gusto nyong ipakreate na ang mga permanent item position or kahit isa lang, please refer to Memo Circular number 4, series of 2018 ng Civil Service Commission. Baka ang mangyari, nagpapakreate kayo mismo hindi pala kayo qualified dun sa position. Kawawa naman. Kayo ang nagpakapagod for having that position created, and then tapos kayo pala hindi qualified. So please check muna ang Memo Circular ng Civil Service Commission. And then, doon nyo makikita ano ang mga qualification standards for, actually, nandun na lahat kung paano yung buong departamento ng tourism, andun na lahat yung mga plantilla position for you.
Okay. So, I think we have really gone overboard by 30 minutes, no? So, we see that more questions. Ang dami pa pong tanong na pumapasok dito. Lots and lots of questions related to organization, tourism systems. All of this will be addressed tomorrow when we look at the various practices, no, of different tourism officers from the province to the city to the municipality level. Magkakaroon po kayo ng focus group discussion, and you can raise your issues and all maybe of resolutions related to cultural tourism. No, ito lang po ang ating introduction. Tomorrow is another big day, and we hope that you can join us in our conversation. No, again, I'd like to thank one-liner na lang siguro, one-liner please, from Sir Vic. Si Sir Vic, naku, nasa kalye yata si Sir Vic. Man on the street, MOS. Man on the street. Message, Sir Vic, about storytelling. One-liner. Naku, baka mamaya ma-hold up siya, nakalabas yung kanyang cellphone. Sige na si Sir Vic. Then let's have again one-liner. Okay. Sige, Sir Vic.
Siguro pag tungkol sa usapang kultura at kasaysayan, isa lang dapat ang parati natin isipin. Kwento. Kailangan malaman yung kwento at kailangan sabihin itong kwento sa inyong mga kababayan.
Thank you so much. Okay, Sir Ige.
Oo, thank you. Sorry, nakamute ako. Ayun, hindi na pala.
Okay.
So maraming salamat, good friend from way back, Eric. My God, dito pa tayo nagkikita. After years working together, or like in the museum world, So ngayon, ang gusto ko lang sabihin lagi, kumain ng malinis, kumain yung slow food mantra, no? Eating local is a political act, and then laging kumain ng malinis, masarap, at pagkaing makatarungan. Ibig sabihin, yung mga pagkain kinakain natin, iisipin natin saan siya nanggagaling, malinis ba to, maayos ba ang pagkakagawa, wala bang magsasaka o mangingisda na na ano no na gancho or hindi binayaran ng sapat, yung mga binabayaran ba ng sapat yung ating mga restaurant workers, yung mga carinderia workers. Yun, no, like nagsisimula to sa grassroots level, no, sa palengke pa lang, paano inaangkat ang pagkain. Kaya dapat yung pagkain natin makatarungan din, no? So maraming, kasi minsan iniisip natin lagi yung cost of money, pero hindi natin naiisip yung social tsaka yung cultural cost, na dahil sa pagtitipid natin, marami tayong nasasagasaan. So yun, no? So eating local is a political act. Kumain ng makatarungan. Maraming salamat.
Okay, mabuhay ka, Ige. Father Ted.
Thank you for the opportunity, no, for having me in this webinar, and apologies for the very long homiletic parang sermon.
Like sermon.
One-liner: tourism
promotes
heritage, heritage informs tourism.
Very well said. And Sir Arwin, you have to join us tomorrow. Kasi bakbakan bukas. Bukas po yung bakbakan ng mga tourism officers. Okay. Yes.
Ang message ko lang, Sir Eric, ay please be with us until Wednesday, because this program is for us tourism officer. So, dito na natin makikita yung ma-address natin at least yung mga gaps natin, no? So, wag pa rin natin kalimutan ang lagi ko sinasabi sa tourism is ang kwento dapat may kwenta para may kita. Yun po. So, maraming salamat po.
Maraming salamat. Back to our hosts.
And that's a wrap for our Q&A portion. Unfortunately, we can no longer accommodate more questions since we are running out of time. But no worries, unanswered questions will be compiled and sent to the respective speakers.
Answers to your questions will then be sent to your emails. This includes all of the questions by our lovely viewers in our Facebook Live. Save your curiosity for the following days.
We will be pleased to see you all tomorrow and until the end of our event. But before we go, let us show appreciation to our dear speakers.
At this juncture, may we call on our dear speakers for the awarding of certificates, and please open your cameras so that our guests will see you and for the photo op. Now, to award the certificate of appreciation, may I call on once again Associate Professor Eric B. Cerudo to award the certificates to our lovely speakers for today.
Okay, thank you very much. Now we had 7 extremely competent speakers, and without them, this portion of our webinar wouldn't be possible or wouldn't be successful. So I would like first to read the inscription related to our certificate. No? So let's read them one by one. Okay. So here, I hope you're able to read the inscription. First, I'll read through the inscription, and all of this will be given to all our very capable speakers. So certificate of recognition to our first recipient, of course, was Miss Gina Marie Liberty Esmenia, as a key speaker for imparting his or her knowledge, valuable insights on the topic. You know, our Department of Tourism, Cultural Tourism Programs in the National Webinar Series titled CulTour, Culture-Based Governance Program in Tourism, organized by the National Commission for Culture and the Arts, Philippine Cultural Education Program, in collaboration with Barosain Kalinangan Foundation Incorporated, Association of Tourism Officers of the Philippines, University of Santo Tomas Graduate School, and College of Tourism and Hospitality Management on October 11 to 13, 2021 via Zoom conference here in Manila. So this is signed by Joseph Cristobal, PhD, and myself, Eric Lizarudo, PhD. Maraming salamat po, Ma'am Gina. Thank you so much.
Okay, ready po tayo for the photo op. Ma'am Gina. Okay, on a count of 3 po. 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay, thank you po.
Again, the same certificate, no? For the special topic on NCCA and cultural tourism programs, this certificate of recognition is awarded to Ms. Rene Talavera. So I wouldn't read any more the instructions. So photo op.
Okay, photo op po. Ready? 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay, thank you po.
Pabili na kayo.
Let's continue our awarding of certificates. May we have the awarding of certificate to, I think this doesn't match. And the picture of Attorney Giler. May we request for the picture of Attorney Giler Acido. Na-advance yata so si Professor Vic Torres, no? So they're trying to look for the image of Attorney Giler Acido, but nevertheless, we would like to give the certificate of recognition to Attorney Giler Acido for his very supportive participation in sharing the topic Intramuros Administration and its cultural tourism program. Thank you. Let's move on to the certificate of Professor Victor Torres. Thank you very much. So we would also like to give a certificate of recognition to Professor Victor Torres for his sharing on the topic History Research and Storytelling and Cultural Tourism Programs. Thank you very much to Professor Vic. We'd also like to give a special certificate to Mr. Ige Ramos, no, for sharing that very wonderful program on food activism and cultural entrepreneurship. So thank you, Ige. We'd like to give this virtual certificate of recognition to you.
Let's have a photo op po. Okay, photo op po tayo. In 3, 2, 1, smile. Okay, thank you po.
Maraming salamat, Eric, at sa mga bumubuo ng conference na ito.
Salamat, Ige. Hope to see you soon. Uulitin. Let's move on to the Church and Faith Tourism Program. We would like to give a certificate of recognition to Father Milanted Litoralba for sharing to us their programs on faith tourism from the Catholic Bishops' Conference of the Philippines Episcopal Commission for the Cultural Heritage of the Church. Thank you very much, Father Ted. Photo op.
Okay, photo op po tayo. In 3, 2, 1, smile. Okay, thank you po.
Thank you very much, Father Ted. Hope to see you soon. Last but not the least, definitely the president of our Association of Tourism Officers of the Philippines. No, he still has 2 days more to go to survive this conference. Maraming salamat, Sir Arwin Paulingat, for sharing to us the convergence between tourism officer and cultural officer for in this webinar. Photo op.
Maraming salamat po sa suporta nyo sa ato.
Thank you po, sir. Okay, photo op po tayo. In 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay, thank you po.
Okay, that ends the second part of our day module. To all the over 500 participants who joined us this morning, maraming salamat po. Back to you, host.
We express our gratitude to our wonderful speakers for today and to Associate Professor Eric Bizarudo for helping us facilitate today's event.
Once again, thank you so much to our speakers. This event would not be possible without you all.
I know for sure you guys don't want to be kept waiting. After hours of discussions from our brilliant speakers, our minds are now probably overflowing with information.
That's true, partner, but it sure was fun while it lasted. Don't worry, as we still have tomorrow's event, this is definitely a story to be continued. I hope we still see the same audiences tomorrow. It's another edifying
don't
day.
worry, as we still have tomorrow's event.
Yes, I hope we still see the same audiences tomorrow. Before we end today's event, we would like to remind our dear guests on what they will be expecting tomorrow during the day 2 of our webinar. So tomorrow, our event will start at 9 a.m. Please take note that the link for tomorrow's Zoom meeting will be sent to your respective emails. So don't forget to check them before this day ends. And Philippine Cultural Education Program, in collaboration with Baraswing Kalingan Foundation Incorporated, Association of Tourism Officers of the Philippines, University of Santo Tomas Graduate School Center for Conservation of Cultural Property and Environment in the Tropics, and College of Tourism and Hospitality Management. We thank everyone for your time and participation, and now, may we call on Ms. Bea Villa to lead us with a closing prayer.
Let us pause for a while and remember that we are in the holy presence of God. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Lord God, we thank you for letting us have this gathering today and for the successful first day of our webinar. Before it ends, we humbly ask you to walk with us everywhere we go. Help us to keep your word in our hearts and the knowledge that we have acquired here today. Make us your instruments so that we may be able to inspire and enlighten others as well. We ask for your protection and guidance during these hard times. Restore the health of those people who have been affected by the pandemic. By your grace, Lord, bless and strengthen all of our loved ones and remove all sicknesses and suffering from your people. Lord, may you continue blessing and guiding our paths as we continue to serve and praise you. Together we pray, glory be to the Father, and to the Son, and to the Holy Spirit, as it was in the beginning, it is now, and ever shall be, a world without end. Amen. Saint Thomas Aquinas, pray for us. Saint Hyacinth, pray for us. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Before we end today's event, a reminder for all our guests here inside the Zoom to answer the evaluation form that will be sent once again on the chat box.
Also, don't forget to like the Cultural Education Program and USTGS CCC Pets Facebook page to keep you posted for the continuation of today's event.
We appreciate everyone for attending the event for today, and we hope to see you all again tomorrow.
Again, this is Carlos Gurlan
and Mika Tagustos, and this has been CulTour, Culture-Based Governance in Tourism, Day 1. See you again tomorrow for our Day 2. Again, the link for tomorrow's event will be sent tonight in your emails. Please once again, to our guests here on the Zoom, the link for the evaluation form will be sent on the chat box, and you can also scan the QR code that is flashed now on the screens for the evaluation form. This Zoom meeting will end in 10 minutes.